3-2. It was the Cubs in a pitcher's duel shutting out the Orioles 1-0. Other games scheduled to get underway in a bit. Tigers are on the road taking on the Phillies. You got the Nationals playing host to the Brewers. Royals and Blue Jays in Toronto. The Red Sox and the Astros get together in Boston. It's the Twins and Guardians. If the Twins can find enough players to play, they'll get that one going. And then the Yankees and Marlins in Miami.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile Park here. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com on another beautiful day with the Texas Rangers in town for a very crucial four-game series. Game 2 coming your way tonight. Mariners take Game 1 in grand fashion. We'll talk all about that. Got a big show coming your way, and it doesn't get any bigger than kicking the show off with the general manager of your Seattle Mariners, who's joining us in the booth here. If you're watching on the video stream, the one, the only Justin Hollander is with us. How are you, man?
If you're watching on the video screen, I apologize for being overdressed.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous of your shorts and t-shirt.
I'm
right
feeling
now.
a bit underdressed right now.
It's ridiculous. I'm very jealous.
Well,
you're dressed like a GM.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're important.
We're dressed like radio guys.
Yeah, as we should be.
99% of days I'm wearing jeans and a Mariners hoodie, and today's just I had other stuff, so I apologize.
Well, tell me how you're feeling, because by all measure, by all accounts, all the objective voices from the outside looking at the grades given out, the Mariners came out big winners. This was a tremendous trade deadline. Congratulations on it, and just tell me how you're feeling coming out of, like, mission accomplished, or were there things you wanted to do you weren't able to do? How do you look at it?
I feel great because we won the game last night. Like all the other stuff that happens is just to hopefully help us win more games, and we won our first game after the deadline, and that is by far the most important thing. Nothing else matters other than that from here going forward. Like, it's the who gets an A and who gets a C on the grading scales or whatever. Like, it's very subjective and nobody actually knows anything, but going out and playing as well as we can for the rest of the season, getting into October and winning the World Series, that's what this is all about.
Justin, Jerry was talking about how much work you did. How many hours a day do you think you were spending on your phone there at the end of the trade deadline?
All of them. They're long days. This is a long month for those of us in baseball ops between the draft. This year we had the sort of the awesome interlude of going to Cooperstown for a couple days too. I actually missed the ceremony itself because I was too big a nervous wreck to be traveling all day on Monday, 3 days before the deadline, knowing that's how you have to get back from Albany. So I flew back on Sunday morning after the stuff on Saturday, and it was an awesome week for our group. Everybody put in a lot of time, and that's just normal in baseball this time of year. The calls, because we're on the West Coast, typically start like in the 7 o'clock hour from the East Coast teams, and they go all evening and all night, and we're watching our games too. So it's a lot of work, but it's work that's well worth it when you end up with Nails and Geno and Caleb Ferguson as your week ads.
When does it start for you guys? When do you start, I mean, like, legitimately going, okay, I think we need help at this spot. Who do we know out there? When does the first call to a GM somewhere, hey, it's Justin, I'm interested in your shortstop or your third baseman. What would it take? I mean, when do those conversations
There's
start?
usually like a different block depending on the time of year. So there's the spring training period, and I think in spring, like, generally how it's going to look, but you want to see what you have. Try not to over or under react to things that are happening in spring. So there is a period in spring where there's typically some small deals made. Occasionally there's a bigger one. End of May, early June is like kind of the first time that clubs start to check in with each other a little bit. What are you guys thinking? Anything you're looking to do early? And then another round of calls in, the very late end of June, like right before you go into the draft hole for meetings for a couple weeks. And then as soon as the draft ends, like literally the moment that the last pick is made, everybody shifts into trade deadline mode.
How well do you know every GM? I mean, and are you just like meeting some of them for the first time when you start negotiating?
Yeah, Jerry and I split the league up just based on relationships, and it actually works out really well, like almost 15 and 15 with people that he's more close with than I am and vice versa. So that's great about the setup that we have, is it doesn't put all of the calls and all of the work on one person. And some years it ends up being that he's the point person on every deal we do, and some years like this year it just ends up being me because I had the Pirates and the Diamondbacks. I also had the Twins, who were very active at the deadline. So it was a busy time for me on the phone. Jerry had other teams. He had the Orioles, for instance, that ended up being sellers. He had the Braves, who were sort of not in playoff position but elected not to sell. Jerry, he had the Red Sox and the Yankees, who were very active but more in buy mode. So it just depends on relationships, and that's how it works. And I think it worked out well this year. And obviously there's more than just the two of us in the room trying to split up the work and look at different ideas and come up with conclusions. The person that's actually on the phone is just sort of a minor role, or like a happy coincidence, whoever that is. The room does all the work.
How often were there any deals made where you were surprised, not with you guys, but just wow, I didn't see this guy moving, or I'm surprised at the return they got for that guy. We could have matched that, or that's way more than we would have spent. Just in terms of overall surprise.
Yeah, that's a great question. Every time another player that you wanted lands with another team, we immediately like, oh, no way, that's a better deal than we offered. And that's just that's normal. You always value or overvalue your own players more than the rest of the industry would. I wouldn't say there was anything that was shocking to me. I think the Mason Miller one was probably the most surprising player. And obviously they got a great return. And Leo DeVries, the Padres prospect, now A's prospect, is an awesome young talent.
Number 3 overall, I think.
Yeah,
right?
He's a really good young player. I was lucky enough to see him in spring training the last couple of years, and then we played in San Diego exhibition games after or before the 24 season, and they brought him out for that. And I was pretty starstruck watching him take BP as a 17-year-old. So he's a really good young talent. Obviously, Mason Miller's an awesome now major league closer, maybe one of the 2 or 3 best in baseball. So seems like both teams had to concede a lot of value to get a lot of value. That was probably the biggest wow, I can't believe that happened moment of our room.
Characterize some of the conversations that you have with these other GMs. I mean, when it gets down to it, it's just okay, we're given this, we're not willing to give up this guy. How do those conversations go?
I think there's always an element of deals that are built on relationships, and they have to trust that you're telling the truth. Yeah. So the more you know someone, the more they believe you when you say you will or will not do something. And still you want to circle back just to make sure. So a lot of it is just reconfirming this is where you guys would be at. Would you consider adding to this if we added to that? Something like that. A lot of back and forth, a lot of tweaks. Some teams are very heavily model focused and they just need additional value to clear a certain hurdle in their system. Some teams are not like that at all and just sort of going with their gut and wanting to say I'd like an extra piece. And sometimes you feel like you have to give it to them because if you don't, somebody will. And sometimes you have to trust your gut that if you say no, they'll come back to you. So I think in the Diamondbacks case, we have a really good relationship with them. We've done a lot of deals with them, and I trust them, and I think they trust us, that when we say we're willing to do something, we're going to stick by that. We will do what we say, but we won't do more than that. And with them, I trust them that if they say they're willing to move, if we agree to something, they actually will do it and won't go shop it for days and days after that.
How were you surprised at all that you were able to get arguably the 2 most prominent bats available and bullpen help, and you didn't give up one of your top 100 prospects? I mean, did you kind of go into this whole thing thinking we might have to give up 1 or 2 of these top 100 prospects, or how did you view that?
I think we went into this deadline very open-minded. I think the one thing that we talked about is rentals for that type of talent were going to be really hard for us. We were more willing to give up proximity than upside. Guys either in the big leagues or closer to the big leagues for rental now help, as opposed to tapping into someone who we could see having, insane or all-star type upside, guys at the very top of our system. And we were willing, like I said, to give up those type of players, but not really for rentals in most cases, at least the rentals that we felt like were out there this year. I think the thing I was surprised about with the Diamondbacks was not that we were able to execute either deal, but part of me thought that once we did the Naylor deal, we probably weren't going to be able to do a Geno deal with them, that they didn't want to put them together initially, which was fine, and we totally understood. They were willing to talk about Naylor first, and we didn't want to have a situation where we let a really good player go by us in the hopes of getting a really good player later on. If you have a chance to add a really good player now, every game counts, let's add a really good player now. That we were able to circle back and get a second deal done was a pleasant surprise. The fact that we were able to do it without sort of the very tippy top of our system, I think is a credit to the organization that, we've drafted really well, we've developed really well. Our scouting group, our PD group, our high performance group, and our front office work really well together, and that gives us enough depth to potentially do deals like this where maybe you're not touching the, at least from the public perspective, the top of your system.
So you talked about like trusting people. So for like a guy's personality, like, how does he fit in?
Yeah.
Are you getting that information just from all your sources, and also I wanted to ask about Naylor, because he seems like he brings kind of a little bit of an edge with him.
Yeah, I'm obviously I just met him yesterday for the first time because they've been on the road. It feels like we traded for him like 2 months ago, but it was really like 10 days ago. I'm getting to know his personality. We did make a lot of calls. Obviously, we had to make no calls on Geno.
Right.
We know him incredibly well. But we did call around on Nails quite a bit. The people in San Diego who had been with him, the people in Miami who drafted him, as well as the people in Cleveland who've had him the last few years, and they all spoke very positively about him. Very focused player, very very high baseball IQ, really passionate about winning, cares about team performance. Those are the sort of things that, whether you're a quiet guy or a loud guy, if those are sort of the foundational carrying traits of you as a person, you're going to fit in great in our clubhouse. So no concerns as we went through that process. And that's generally the process we'll go through with everyone, is if we're getting close on a guy, we'll start asking people who may know someone in that organization, what do we got on this guy? Are we going to have any issues? What's he like, et cetera? And just doing as much work as we can on the person.
What is it about this team, or maybe it's about the American League, that you felt comfortable kind of going against? You guys typically like to bring in players with some control. You didn't do that this year. So was that, hey, we got to take advantage of this group we've got, or it's the league is down, there's not that dominant AL, this is a great window right now, we got to take advantage? What led to that sort of change in philosophy?
Yeah, I think you have to, I'll steal a line from Jerry. You kind of have to shop from the store, what's available at the store. And this year there weren't, like last year, we were thrilled to get Randy. 2.5 years of control of an all-star caliber player. That was great. That was available. There just wasn't that type of player available this year. So for us, we look at our team, we think we have a lot of talent, probably as much talent as anybody in the American League, 5 all-stars, really high playoff odds, just as a, whether it's wild card or division odds right now, really high playoff odds in a league that maybe is more wide open than it's been over the last couple of years. And another part of it is, like, we probably haven't played our best baseball yet. I think the thing that everybody thought was like going to be the core of this team was going to be high-end starting pitching, and it hasn't been a super strength of ours this year for a lot of different reasons, whether it's injuries, less sort of deep into the game starts this year, more inconsistencies. I don't really feel like the true talent of those players has changed. So that's where you can derive your upside from, is like, if we have played offense at this level and we can go add more offense, which is what's available on the market right now. Like, there were really no, like, Merrill Kelly's a really good starting pitcher. There were very few very high-end starting pitchers that got traded. We didn't think we were going to be able to trade for a starting pitcher that was necessarily better than any of our top 5 or 6 guys, but we did feel like the market offered some offensive upgrades. So if we can make our offense even better than it been, and we can get our pitching to sort of play to their talent and their history, which is, what they've done since 22, we thought we had a chance to build the best team in the American League over the last, call it, close to 60 games and into October. And if it's a rental and sort of we're taking a shot, we'll take a shot at the right price point. And the price point was right.
What is it about that you guys do differently as far as your pitching? Because we were talking about this yesterday, like the bullpen. I mean, it just seems to work out. Whoever you bring in, whether it's Justin Topa or Penn Murphy or whatever, but are you able to recognize that, or what you're doing that's different than other teams?
It's hard for me to say what's different because obviously I'm not in those organizations. I don't think, and I don't want to say they just come here and they just turn into those guys. There's a lot of work from our staff that goes into that. And also, like, I don't want to discount the talent of the players. I do think we work really well creating synergy between departments. Like, there is no silo. The analysts that work on pitching work in our pitching department, just like the coaches who work in our pitching department. Everybody believes in each other. And I think the one thing that we do really, really well organizationally is we message really well. We message consistently. We try and make the messages simple. We talk about things that are not sort of progressive, modern new wave baseball, we talk about throwing more strikes than anybody. We talk about controlling more counts than anybody. We talk about throwing your best pitches as much as possible. It's not like a bunch of like bizarro out there ideas or like,
Right.
you don't need to hook anybody up to any fancy tech to throw more strikes than anybody. Like we do all that stuff. And that stuff's really important, but none of it really matters if you're 2-0 on everybody. We feel like we have guys with great stuff, and we maximize that stuff by putting them in positions to succeed over and over and over again. And I think the way that our coaches in particular message really resonates with players in finding ways how to get the best out of them.
When you're looking at rental players, if you will, like Geno and Naylor, how much of their re-signability is a factor, if at all? Do you guys talk about, hey, we have a chance if it works out that they may like it here, we may like them, and we've got a chance, or these guys are dead set on hitting the mark and they want to be on these? I mean, does any of that come into play?
Some small portion of a calculus is put into the idea that we get call it 2 months of a get to know you period with players. Obviously, that doesn't really factor with Geno. We know him very well and would love to have Geno. But with Nails, we don't know him at all. But he is going to be a free agent this year, and just getting a little time to get to know him and him us is a small bonus that as we head into free agency, we can see does he love it here? Do we love him here? And that's great for everybody.
What a cool moment that was described to us anyway, and I'm sure you weren't there on the plane. You were probably busy back here, but as far as getting Geno and his family on the plane, and I just, whose idea was that? And that was it just sounded like it was such a great experience.
All credit to Jack Mosselman, our VP of Major League Ops, who is just the most detail-oriented person and a tireless worker, making sure that all details are handled on these sort of things.
He's Tucker's dad.
He is Tucker's dad. That's correct. But when I called Jack to let him know we were in medicals, he reached out to the Diamondbacks people, and Geno was actually flying to Sacramento separately with his family from Detroit. They had an off day the day after the deadline, like most teams did. So he said, he's going to be here. I don't know if we'll be able to make it work. He's supposed to land around 11 or whatever, 10 o'clock, whatever it is. And so once we actually got through medicals, he called Geno, and Geno's like, I'll just fly tomorrow morning. And Jack's like, we're at the airport. We'll pick you up. And so Jack arranged to get Geno's bag was already at the hotel because the Diamondbacks had landed earlier. So Jack arranged a car to go grab Geno's bag off their truck, which is at the hotel in Sacramento, have the bag meet us at the airport, and then held the plane and didn't tell anybody. That's why he was holding the plane. Yeah. So it was a cool moment to have the door open and Geno pop on. And, my understanding is Geno literally hugged every single person on the plane when he walked all the way back, which is very Geno thing, a way to make an entrance. And, those are great moments that obviously we had come off, we were finishing up a not great road trip at 3 and 4. In Sacramento and in Anaheim was not up to what we had hoped we did, but I think it sort of brightened the mood for everybody and set the tone that let's go get home and get after it, which is great.
Why do you think Geno's had the impact he's had here? It's not like he played. He's kind of revered like he was here for a decade. He's all these golden moments. He was here for 2 seasons, and good player. And not a knock on him, but his impact is unique as I see it. Just the way the fans respond to him, the way the clubhouse responds to him. What do you think that is?
It's a great question. He's a really good player, so that helps. 2, he was here in 22 and great in 22 when we broke the drought, which I think is a big part of it, is that he's been part of a winning culture here. And 3, I think everybody who spent time with him just really, he's easy to connect with because he's a really genuine person. He's the same guy every day. He doesn't ever let you see the bad moments. I'm sure he has them like everybody else, but he doesn't ever let that become a cloud on who he is. He's steady as can be. He's positive with everybody. And he just keeps everybody in a great place every day. And those types of people, especially in baseball, when it's 162 games of ups and downs and 4 strikeouts and then hitting a homer, and it's just it's a very unique trait to have for anybody. And I think he keeps a whole clubhouse in that place is very unique.
Tell us a little bit about Ben Williamson and just, what he did for you this year. And I mean, it was kind of, obviously everybody wanted Eugenio here, of course, but I mean, he did a really good job. And, what do you expect from him over the next year or so?
Sure. Those are always the tough parts of moves like these, is there has to be a corresponding move.
Yeah.
Ben did an awesome job. He's, call it a couple of years removed from William and Mary, and like the shortest pit stop you could imagine in AAA, and then he's in the big leagues. trying to fight for his life and make it work. And he's an awesome defender. He makes a ton of contact. He grinds at bats. He did a great job. He had some really clutch hits. I think for his benefit, we felt like having him come and be a bench player right now and take a few at-bats a week and maybe come in for defense or an occasional off day, like that's probably not the right thing for Ben Williams at this stage of development. There's things that he wants to work on and get better at, and it's really hard to do that when you're playing once a week or a couple of innings of defense and then not playing again for a few days. So for Ben's benefit and for our benefit, Ben hasn't played a lot of other spots. He hasn't had a ton of at-bats at the upper levels. Going down and getting more at-bats and more reps to help him become the best version of himself, I think is very valuable for him and for us. Ben's going to play in the big leagues for the Mariners for a long time. He's wired the right way. His teammates absolutely love him, and that's rare for someone in his position that's, a rookie who hasn't had a lot of time and didn't really come in as like a known hype figure. I remember in spring training, I sat with JP's agent just coming to visit for a day, and he was like, JP says Williamson's a dog. And I was like, JP thinks Ben Williamson's a dog? How does he even know who Ben Williamson is? He's like, he loves him. So, when the veteran players make comments to their friends, their agents, the other players about a player going about it the right way, that's kind of your first tip-off that maybe they're wired a little differently, that they make that kind of impression. And that's my view of Ben, is that his teammates really respect him, and he will be back and he'll play here a long time.
Is he a guy you guys look at and project that power will develop, the power you expect at those corner spots? That was really the only knock. I mean, as you said, the glove was spectacular. He was above league average in every other way. And offensively, just the power, is that something you guys see? Oh, yeah, he's got that there. It just needs to be sort of fine-tuned, if you will.
Yeah, Ben is strong. I mean, for those who have been around Ben's really strong. He puts the work in the weight room. He hits the ball really hard. I think it's, the angles right now are more into the ground than in the air. And I think that's something he'll just learn to do over time. Is he ever going to be a guy that hits 30 or 35 homers or, goes the Geno route and hits 50 homers in a season? Probably not. But is he going to learn to hit the ball in the air and take his shots and, turn on the breaking ball that's on the inner third that maybe is a hanger? Yeah, I think he will learn that, and that's one of the reasons why we want to let him go down and get reps, is so he can improve in those areas and get better instead of just sitting and not developing.
What do you do now, Justin? I mean, obviously,
take a nap.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that you weren't working 40-hour work weeks leading up to this, but where does your kind of main focus go now?
I put my feet up a little bit and watch the team. We'll obviously monitor the waiver wire. No one cares about this. It's like the least interesting part of the public-facing part of the job, but we'll go into like our own HR reviews and staffing and those sort of decisions. We'll start talking about what sort of capital requests we want to make for next year and budgets. Really exciting stuff that is really going to move the meter for your listeners. But no, it's and there is an element of all right, the team building's mostly done at this point. How can we help from a strategy perspective? How can we turn dials from a day-to-day game strategy perspective to maximize our roster, maximize the way we're using our roster over the last 50-something games, to try and win every game we can. But there's no trade waivers anymore, so there's just less to do in that arena. And yeah, take a nap is also on the list.
And don't kid yourself. The listeners are interested in the budget. That's very interesting to them.
I don't think they're interested in the meals and entertainment budget and the flight budget. I know they're interested in a different sort of budget. And I would be remiss on that note if I didn't say that, we did add a lot at this deadline, and it is a credit to our partners, John Stanton and Chris Larson, all the partners in the Mariners, who really made it clear that they viewed this as an opportunity. If we could go out and add Josh Naylor and Geno Suarez and Caleb Ferguson, that go do it.
Yeah.
Because we did add a significant amount of payroll over the last week or so, and there wasn't a moment of hesitation to go do it, and let's try and win this year.
Last thing before we let you go, you come up with the 3 new players. Did you want to add more? Did you want another arm? Did you want another bat? And it just the deals didn't come together, or was that, hey, we reached our limit?
No, we definitely tried. We were working all day on Saturday before the Geno deal came together on a different deal, which has kind of been reported out there. I don't think that's a big secret that we were trying to acquire relievers, in particular the Twins relievers, and we weren't able to get that across the line. And then yesterday was both relievers and players who maybe had good role player skill sets to help to get the team just more versatile, and whether they had options, maybe give some depth, things like that. it just didn't happen yesterday. It wasn't for lack of effort. Obviously, we traded away a lot of players, and I think that left a little bit of a hole in our system. And people were, knew better than to ask for like the upper echelon of guys for the types of players we're talking about, and maybe didn't see a fit with the next group of players with where they were. But we worked the phones really hard. Yesterday was not a punt day for us. We tried really hard, and I think that's always our resting position, is that we'd like to find ways to get him better. I'm watching Edward Brizardo jog on the field right now, and he was like one of our sort of last-minute small deadline deals that no one talked about a couple years ago, who's worked out really well. Trent Thornton was one of those guys that was a deadline ad a few years ago. We've done well in some of those small reliever, like small to the public eye trades for relievers that maybe have moved around a little bit and end up sticking on our club for a little bit. And Edward has done a phenomenal job this year and been a huge part of what we're doing. And that was a very small trade that we made, I want to say, like 2 hours before the deadline a few years ago.
Well, let me say congratulations, because I think even the most staunch critics out there in our audience.
I didn't know that was a thing.
It's a thing. You'd be surprised. But we talked about, hey, as critical as you could be, you got to tip your cap. You guys went out there and did it. I think the fans are invested and excited, and I can't wait to see this final 52-game stretch and see how things shake out, man. Hopefully we're talking in October.
I hope so. Like I said, with that, it's really nice of you to say the most important thing is win the game tonight. Like the A+ or the A- or the B+ on the athletic scorecard is like totally irrelevant. How many games can we win from here on out? That's really like, that'll be the biggest report card that we get, is did we win enough games to get in the playoffs, and do we win enough playoff games to hoist the trophy? Yeah, well, we're right there with you, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for your time. There you go. There's Justin Hollander, GM of your Seattle Mariners. We'll come back, talk about the undisputed winner for the worst run franchise in the NFL. That is coming your way next with Wyman and Bob, live from T-Mobile Park. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Bum here, letting you know West Hills Ford, the Big Four store, is celebrating the Ford Summer Sales event with incredible offers, like the 2024 Ford F-150 Super Crew 4-wheel drive, available now through August 1st with $14,982 off MSRP for qualified buyers. West Hills Ford, the Big Four store, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! The Davis Law Group Charity Golf Tournament heads to the Prospector Course in Suncadia on August 20th. Proceeds benefit Life Support I-90, funding life-saving training and equipment for the first responders on call every day, covering the thousands of travelers heading over the I-90 corridor east of Snoqualmie Pass through Cle Elum and the surrounding areas. Tee times and sponsor packages are limited, so sign up today at dlggolf.com. That's dlggolf.com, because the life you save could be your own.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill
fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Every jersey tells a story.
So many people dressed in Seahawk blue.
From unforgettable touchdowns.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Jackson Smith-Njigba, Johnny on the spot.
To game-changing hits.
He gets hit again. Leonard Williams drags him down.
To memorable catches.
Jordan dropping back to pass in the end zone to Largent. Touchdown, Seahawks!
History lives in every throw. Shop official Seahawks jerseys in-store at Lumen Field, The Landing in Renton, or online at Seahawks.com/ProShop.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you. Which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Justin Hollander, GM of your Seattle Mariners, who joined us in the opening segment. If you guys missed that conversation, really good stuff from him. So find that on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that, and you'll find it waiting for you after the show, as it is each and every day. Right now, let's take 2.
This is a big one. The Astros and Red Sox begin a 3-game series tonight in Boston. They're also going to play a couple weeks later. They're going to play 3 more times. That could really impact the wild card and the division. And some good Mariners news. Bryce Miller will make a rehab start tonight with Tacoma. They're down in the Houston area against the Astros AAA affiliate.
Well, hopefully he plunks them. Hopefully he's taking out their prospects one by one. No, that's great news. They need him. They need him. That 5th spot is problematic. You don't really have an obvious answer there with Logan Evans and Emerson Hancock. You've gotten good out of both. You've gotten bad out of both. You just don't have that consistent element, and it's a lot to put on Miller to come back and just be a force. But hopefully he can find it pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's really been one of those that we haven't really talked that much about, like the effect that he has had. He was supposed to be possibly a Cy Young candidate, and so not having him in that and that fifth spot or wherever he would end up in that lineup has really been tough. I guess Charlie Furbush's idea of putting him in the bullpen is not going to fly.
No.
Yeah.
Well, contract talks between the Cowboys and Micah Parsons have deteriorated enough to the point that Parsons on social media essentially said goodbye already to Dallas. He said, "Thank you, Dallas." I think, prayer hands, and then had a long note, and at the very end of it said, "I'm going to be requesting to be traded." I turned in my trade request to Stephen Jones. So Micah Parsons has requested to be traded from the Cowboys.
Go get him, John. Go get him. I mean, he's a different level of talent. He's a guy we've talked about beyond that extra meeting guy, right? He's a guy that, I don't know. I mean, I know it's probably a daydream, and I don't even know if the Seahawks would have an interest in what it would take to acquire him, much less sign him to whatever deal he's expecting. But just in a daydream sense, I would love to see that guy in a Seahawks uniform. I don't know where he ends up, but I would love it as a fan.
Could be reunited with DeMarcus Lawrence here, and I don't understand why you would. What can this be over? I mean, even if it's like $10 million. I mean, he is such a versatile player. I think he's like maybe the most versatile player. He's right up there with Spoon. You know, Spoon can play all over the place. Same thing with Micah Parsons. He's just fantastic. He's only missed 4 games in his career. So yeah, I mean, I don't get what the problem is there. I think they're pretty set as far as their defense and what they think they're going to get out of everybody. But yeah, that would be an exciting player to get, because you know that he is going to be, you've seen him play and know exactly what he's all about. And that guy plays with like a different motor too. Same thing as Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah, he put out a long message on social media. It wasn't just, "Hey, thanks for everything, I'm requesting a trade." I mean, he went through.
He sold it.
He was chronicling this whole ordeal here. And it's interesting that, and Jerry, I don't know Jerry Jones by any stretch. He just seems to be coming across a bit petty in this whole thing.
Yeah.
And he was addressed by fans Saturday before practice. Jones was heckled by fans that yelled, "Pay Micah," and he's being asked about this. And his response went, "Hey, did you hear the fans?" And he goes, "I heard it light, but not compared to how I heard them say pay Lamb last year. That was a faint little sound compared to the way they were hollering last year to pay Lamb. So whoever's not in, you can count on a few hollering that, but it was a big, loud chant last year on Lamb." So basically saying, well, they were really excited about Lamb. I only heard a little bit about Parsons, like trying to knock him down a peg. And I'm just like, what are you doing, man? He just seems to be in a really petty mode in this whole thing.
I'll tell you what, now that you think about it, you start really, I mean, I don't think the Seahawks obviously are going to do this, but because they have DeMarcus Lawrence, they expect big things out of Derek Hall this year. But, we talk about like Big Cat. He is so versatile. He can play anywhere along the line. And that's the same thing with Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons, I've seen him play inside backer a couple of times, and he's good. He's good at it. He's good at everything, man. The versatility there, I don't know. If they had some extra cap room, I mean, how excited would you be about this defense if they were able to bring him in?
Well, they do have extra cap room. Now, whether they want to spend it on that and, whether it's enough, I have no idea. But, yeah, are you kidding me?
Well, and whatever that cap room is, it's never what it looks like. John always keeps dry powder for, maybe a trade during the middle of the season and bonuses and stuff like that. But, yeah, I mean, if you could find a way to find some room for that guy, I mean,
sign me up.
Well, and also, I'll tell you what, my expectations would be like, this is the #1 defense now.
Yeah.
Before they've even played a game, if they have Micah Parsons.
Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. A reminder that our coverage all training camp, the Seahawks training camp, is brought to you by The Landing in Renton. Coming up, there might be signs of a Mariners rotation resurgence. That's coming up next as we continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at winning 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks host the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 30th through August 4th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
After years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy. Well, and my buddy and co-host Bob Stelton, also in pain, and decided to go see Dr. Wagner.
I had a hip issue from 14 years of jiu-jitsu.
How's the pain now?
Everything I did before, I can do just as well. Hitting the heavy bag, sparring, rolling, all of that is back in play. This whole thing has been such a pleasant surprise because I really was of the mindset, I'm going to have to go under the knife. I'm going to have to get surgery. And this really saved me from that. I could not be happier with the results.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
Do it. You will not regret it.
Hey, get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. You guys can weigh in on whatever's on your mind. We do have mean text coming up today at 5:45, so you can get those rolling, get the creative juices flowing, and hopefully have something solid by 5:45. I know your faith is very limited when it comes to that, Dave.
Yeah.
But
do you think maybe Rick Riz wants to be in on the mean text? Do you want to be in on the mean text?
Rick never says anything mean about anybody.
No, you can't say anything mean about
This is the one thing I think Rick wouldn't be good at because he just doesn't have a mean.
Is it a meme?
Mean. You got to say something
like,
mean.
Doggone it, son of a gun.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
A little harsher language
I just don't think it's in you, man. I think if there's one thing Rick wouldn't be good at, it'd be saying mean things about us.
Well, let me turn off the bike and
I'll prove you wrong.
You guys have it. No. You guys are the best. I love you guys.
Rick, I want you to tell our texters that they're morons. Can you do that?
Nope.
Yeah, too nice of a guy. He's too nice.
I told you, it's not in him. Texters, you're morons.
Yeah.
All of you.
Yeah, good show.
By the way, Riz, why we got you on the headsets just really quickly, for the listeners here, I just want to get your reaction to Ichiro shouting you out in his Hall of Fame speech. I mean, a massive moment for him, obviously, and for the Seattle Mariners and the fan base and organization. But for him to take the time to write that in there, to shout out you and do a little impression of you, has got to be pretty cool.
I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was doing the play-by-play because when he was giving his speech in Cooperstown, we were doing the game against the Angels in Anaheim. And I'm doing the play-by-play, and Gary Hill is on the iPad watching the ceremonies and watching Ichiro's speech. And all of a sudden, here's a ground ball, and Neto it's short, and throw to first, and there's 2 outs. And Gary looks over at me, and he goes, Ichiro just gave you a shout-out. I go, what? I said, in what context did he mention my name? And then I heard the part where he mentioned my name. He says, I always come to spring training. My arm is ready. It was always nice to hear Mariners radio announcer Rick Riz say, holy smokes, laser beam throw, early in the season when he threw out Terrence Long, trying to go from first to third on a base hit by Ramon Hernandez. The interesting thing was Ichiro wasn't in the starting lineup that day.
Yeah.
He pinch hit for, I think, Charles Gibson, then went out to play right field and made one of the greatest throws I've ever seen. But it was really, I told him, I hugged him yesterday. I said, thank you very much. I'm thrilled. I was honored. I can't thank you enough. I told him it was really nice,
That's huge. One legend to another.
That's right. That's
very
At
cool.
Very cool for sure. Yeah, and now on August the 9th coming up, we're going to retire his 51, put it up in the rafters there with 24-11 and of course 42. So
are you going to be down there at Master of Ceremonies again? And he'll make another speech here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you betcha.
I I love that he's back out there as we speak. He's out there in uniform. He's in right field. He's some batting practice going on right now. A couple guys hitting, and he's out there shagging flies, and it's his life. It's his world, man.
And he wants to do it. He's out there having fun. He's got some kids out there with him right now. He's out there every day. He wants to be a part of this organization, even though he retired after the 2 games in Japan.
Yeah.
That's how he went full circle after starting in Japan. 19 years here. His first hit came as a 27-year-old, with the Mariners in 2001, then played 19 years here. But he wants to be out there. He wants to be a part of this organization, this team, and this community, and the fans. And he's the only guy I've ever seen do something like that, and he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yep, I love it. Love it. Riz, we love you, man.
Love you too, guys.
Thanks, buddy. That was what a cool moment to hear Ichiro do that in the speech. I mean, that's a huge moment.
Nobody more well-deserving.
Yeah.
Also with Rick.
Just a cool moment to say the very. If you guys haven't seen the speech, by the way, definitely go check it out. It's online, I'm sure, everywhere, and you can find Ichiro's speech out there. And he shouts out our buddy, the great Rick Riz. Meanwhile, I think, do we have that cut for people who didn't hear it? I'm seeing that on the show sheet. Do you have that
Beyond
back there, Matt?
the regular season, I had a serious routine in the off-season too. When I showed up at the camp each spring, my arm was already in shape, waiting for Mariners broadcaster Rick Ritz to say, "Holy smoke! A laser beam strike from Ichiro!"
I got goosebumps again. Yeah. That's awesome.
Riz is down here pointing at his arm.
Look at this. I got goosebumps. Oh, man, that's amazing.
Oh, that is so cool.
Thank you, Ichiro.
That is so cool. Meanwhile, quickly, George Kirby, solid stuff last night. 6 shutout innings, and that's what you come to count on and expect from him. And just locking the opposition down in a crucial game. This is such a big series right now, and you've got a 1-game lead on the Rangers. You still got 3 to play in this series, but you are, nip and tuck battle with them for that 3rd wild card spot. And right now the Mariners are in possession of that. But Kirby, after the game, just talking about how good it felt to have all of his pitches working.
I don't know, after the second, I was able to kind of get ahead a little bit and settle in. And, I just was able to do that. Executed the heaters up pretty well, and I kind of got my curveball and slider working a little bit, splitter too. So just kind of used the whole kitchen sink against them. But yeah, I'm just glad I started to get ahead, and a lot easier to get guys out a little quicker. So
yeah, just prime Kirby. I mean, he had a couple walks, which we know he's allergic to walks, but it's interesting that we've heard, different people talk about, I wouldn't mind him walking a few more guys if that meant he was getting them to chase. If he wasn't, everything wasn't right there in the strike zone, which hitters can jump on because they know he's going to be right there. More often than not, it's going to be a strike. So maybe he can get guys in more of a chase mode if he is more willing to be off the plate and not necessarily looking at, obviously you don't need them coming around to score, but if he has a little traffic out there, gets himself out of a jam, and it results in guys chasing, maybe it's a nice trade-off.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at the last 4 games, he's had 9 walks. I mean, that's pretty much unheard of. Or the last 4 starts. So, yeah, you wonder if he's just starting to, maybe change his philosophy a little bit. But, man, what a great outing last night. And, and it's funny, you used to see him get really pissed off when he would walk somebody. And now it's like he's kind of accepting that that's just part of the game. But, yeah, I mean, everything's going to be focusing on this starting rotation, I feel like, the rest of the season, just because if they can get back, and I know they're not going to get back to where they were last year as far as rankings go, but from here forward, there's a chance with Bryce Miller with his rehab start. Hopefully he's going to be able to get healthy really quickly, and then because that 5th spot has been kind of problematic.
Yeah, they need him back,
and we'll get him back.
We'll see. Is it going to be 2 starts, 3 starts? We'll find out. Obviously, it'll depend on how he bounces back, and they'll ramp up the pitch count and things like that. So, hopefully sooner than later. One more on Kirby. This from Dan Wilson after the game, just talking about what he saw at Kirby.
Just a great job by George. Again, just. Throwing strikes, throwing quality strikes, using his breaking stuff. I thought he and Cal worked very well together tonight, and that was outstanding.
Yeah, it's just hopefully it's a sign of things to come, and it's happening at the right time. You got 52 games to go, 52 games left, and I think we're going to be doing this each and every night, taking a look. All right, where are the Mariners now? All right, Rangers won, Rangers lost. Astros won, Astros lost. And where's everybody in the pecking order of the AL West and the wild card race? And I'm keeping my eye on the Yankees and the Red Sox, Rangers, and the Astros. I'm watching all those teams just to see, all right, how is it impacting where the Mariners are? And that's what makes it fun. I love it. I love it. It'd be great, like we talked about, if they could just run away with it. I'd prefer that, but it's kind of fun when it is a nightly thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see if, if the building fills up a little bit more each night. I know it's Seafair weekend and everything, but, yeah, so... Well, we'll talk to Jared Sandler from Rangers TV, and he's a radio broadcaster. But it's pretty amazing when you look at the Rangers. They're kind of the Mariners last year. I mean, they're number one in a lot of pitching categories, and they're maybe a little worse than our offense was last year. I mean, you're talking 27, 28, and on-base percentage and average and the whole thing. So, yeah, this is an important one. But would they get 9 hits last night? And against good pitching, this is a good pitching club right here. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they come out of this series.
Hey, a reminder, we want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks host the Chiefs on Friday, August 15th. And all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, no problem. Just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. It's completely free. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Monday, August 4th. Well, you mentioned Jared Sandler, and it's always fun to share Astros hate with him. He's very verbal about his hate of the Astros, and I love that. I love that about him. Rangers TV and radio broadcaster Jared Sandler is going to join us next as we continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88, every day at 7:45 on Brock and Salk.
What are you hearing with these young Seahawks?
Yeah, the words I continue to hear, betting on themselves. They're betting on themselves because these college kids are coming into the league with millions, But if you're Kobe Bryant, are you going to say, hey, man, on this defense, I'm going to be a great player. And I'm going to go to the market, and I'm going to have 31 other teams bidding for me rather than taking it now.
Blue 88 on Seattle Sports. Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Summer can be the best time of the year, but if it's not feeling good in your house, if it's turning into an oven, some of the problems might be because you don't have enough insulation in your crawl space or attic. In fact, many homes in our region have damaged insulation or even none at all. Yeah, it's Mike Salk here, and you got to get somebody to check on it. That's why you call Crawl Pros. They'll come out and do a full corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic. And if it turns out that you've got a problem with your insulation, and maybe that's leading to bigger energy bills, guess what? Local utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of getting your house properly insulated. In fact, if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to get your attic properly insulated. Yep, 95%. Call Crawl Pros if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HOOD.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on home and auto insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your house sitter has the new code first before leaving for vacation.
System lockout.
But that's the code.
Contacting authority.
I'm out of here.
Oh, seriously, the car too?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a home and auto bundle that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Target, back-to-school-a-days are here. What is back-to-school-a-days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love, at prices you'll love even more. Because back-to-school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes, with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back-to-school-a-days now through August 2nd, only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners getting back to it tonight. Game 2 of their series with the Texas Rangers. They're going to send Logan Gilbert to the hill. You're going to catch it all starting at 6 p.m. with the pregame show. 7:10 first pitch right here, Seattle Sports on 7:10. Meanwhile, they do make a roster move. They call Jackson Kowar back up from AAA Tacoma. Trent Thornton has been placed on the 15-day injured list with a torn left Achilles, so bad news for him. Meanwhile, some other games going on, or a couple of finals today. The Reds beat the Braves 3-2. It was the Cubs shutting out the Orioles 1-0 in that one, just about to get underway. Tigers and Phillies in Philadelphia. Nationals hosting the Brewers. It's the Royals and Blue Jays in Toronto, and the Astros on the road against the Boston Red Sox.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Rangers getting set out there on the field. Mariners out there on the field. Game 2 coming your way of this pivotal four-game series for both teams. And we get a chance to speak to a member of this Rangers TV and radio broadcast crew. Jared Sandler is here joining us on the program. How are you, man?
I'm great.
Here, let's turn you on there.
Bam, there we go.
There you go.
Can I ask, do you always do those little updates? Can't we get Lefko to do that? Is he too lazy?
I've been campaigning for that for years, and nobody's listening to me.
What the heck? What does Lefko do?
He wanders around and annoys the players and tries to get them to come on the show with us. Yeah, I'm with you. Thank you for saying that.
I don't know if your ownership group. I can't get in trouble for saying this. I know you guys probably could, but I mean, your ownership group needs to pony up. Pay someone to do that. You got more important things to do during the break.
Yeah, we got to focus on our guests here.
We got to have Jared on more often.
Yeah, we do. If not, just a bag on the Astros for things like this. But yeah, this
the Astros' fault.
Yeah, boy, did they not become more hateable having Correa come back into the fold?
No kidding.
Just immediately, I was like, oh, the boos are going to get louder because one of the more prominent faces of the whole scandal is now back with the team.
I'll be honest. The thought crossed my mind when there was chatter that maybe they would go and get Suarez back, or Suarez, instead of him coming back here. I had one of my most enjoyable pregame interviews of all time with Geno a few years ago when he was with Seattle. And, I don't want him to go to the Astros. I don't want to wish that upon him. I don't want to, have to, really root for him to strike out every time. So I was really happy that he didn't go there. I mean, I wasn't not going to act like I was thrilled he went to the Mariners.
Right.
But that was really neat yesterday. And Aaron Goldsmith was telling me about why the flight was delayed. Geno being on the team flight from Sacramento here and just the reception he got privately, on the plane. That's really neat.
Yeah.
When you make an impact like that, that's pretty special.
Yeah, and you create a moment, too, for the team, and it was kind of like a rally cry or something like that. I mean, it's just very cool. And, any big moves or any big news coming out of the Rangers camp, or was it what everybody expected? Or
well, I think the expectation was that they would add. I don't know that they totally followed the plan that people would have guessed, because they just sort of leaned into some of their strengths, which has been pitching, and added Merrill Kelly, who will help what is already they have the best rotation ERA in Major League Baseball. Maybe gives them a little more stability because they do have a couple young guys, Kumar Rocker last night, Jack Leiter tonight, and then will indirectly allow them to, boost the bullpen a little bit, and it's been a really good bullpen, but, really good sometimes doesn't cut it, when the playoffs roll around. And then they added two relievers who have been outstanding, even if they don't fit that typical, I'm going to throw 98 right by you reliever profile. I mean, these are two guys who will be active, I imagine, for tonight's game. Phil Maton, who Mariners fans probably remember from his time with the Astros, and then Danny Coulomb. These guys really don't even hit the mid-90s. They barely even get to 90 sometimes with their fastball, but a lot of swing and miss, ground ball guys, and just adding some, I guess, raising the floor of the bullpen. So nothing super sexy, right? No Naylor, no Suarez type moves. I think they would have loved to have added a bat, but I don't know that the market was really allowing for that.
What is as you see it, looking at the offense, the biggest hang-up? Because you look at the name value, you're going Simeon and Seager and Young and Heim and all these people that we're looking at is like, whoa, this is going to be a problem. And it just hasn't. I know injuries obviously play into it, but is that the biggest reason that the offense hasn't been what a lot of people thought it should be?
I think that would be a fair excuse, and I really do, sometimes say, I don't mean it as an excuse. I think it would be an excuse, right? Because I do think after going through 2023 with this ball club, they weathered so many injury storms. And I think a part of what makes the lineup really good is, one, that if you take Corey Seager out, that's going to have a different impact than anyone else, right? If you take Cal Raleigh out, that has a different impact. But, I don't think that they were getting the type of performances from their other quote-unquote stars, right? But now I think it's more – in the last 2 months, this has been one of the better offenses in baseball. They were so bad the first 2 months that the numbers haven't really shown that, right? If you were to just look at season numbers, you wouldn't notice that. The next step, the next frontier for the Rangers, they've really struggled against lefties. They need Adolis Garcia to be better against lefties. That should be a strength of his. It has not been. They need Josh Young to be better against lefties. They need Jake Berger, when he comes back, to be better against lefties. But just generally speaking, it's Jock Peterson. Jock missed a couple months, but he was really, really, really struggling prior to that. It wasn't like when he got hurt, it's like, oh my gosh, how can they make up for his production? It was, well, he wasn't really producing. Maybe this will help get someone in there who can produce better, and maybe he can come back and be effective. He still is without a hit in 3 games back. They paid this guy to be a middle-of-the-order bat against righties. I mean, he had a 900 OPS against righties last year. This was not just a guy who they paid to be a complementary piece. They thought he would help anchor their lineup against righties, and he just hasn't been that guy this year, not really close to that. That's kind of the next frontier for them. The other thing, too, I was telling someone just a second ago, if you take Cal Raleigh's home runs against righties away, all his home run production this year is exclusively against lefties. He would lead the Rangers in home runs. This was a group that was supposed to slug. They don't have anyone with more than 15 home runs, and so their slug has improved. They got to do a better job of hitting the long ball because this was not a lineup built to just live on base. This is a lineup built to hit the ball over the fence.
Yeah, I was going to say, how surprised were you? Because this looks like the 2024 Mariners when I look at the stats for the Rangers. I mean, great pitching. You're number 1 in ERA and opponent batting average, and then you look at the slug numbers, on base percentage. It's like 27, 28. That's where the Mariners were. But how surprising is this? I mean, yeah, like Bob said, you look at some of these pieces and Wyatt Langford. He's a young guy, right? He's actually hitting pretty well, but I mean, it must have been a big surprise.
Yeah, I think we talked a lot going into the year about how, like, actually, Patrick Corbin, who may or may not start this series, initially was going to start Sunday. I think with Merrill Kelly, he might get bumped. The Rangers signed Patrick Corbin. ERAs last few years in the 5s and 6s, right? Nothing that you expect to produce at a competitive level. And I remember Chris Young said, we think he's better than what he's been, but we also feel good that we can outscore teams. And that was kind of the sentiment, right? That I think there was optimism this was going to be a really good pitching staff. This has been the best pitching that the Rangers have probably ever experienced in the franchise's history. But I think that the bigger surprise is not that they're pitching at that level, because at the end of the day, you got DeGrom and Eovaldi, Tyler Mahle, who's hurt now, but he was really good. Mm-hmm. I think that it was like a lock that this was a lineup that was going to produce. Right. Maybe if you wanted to be super conservative, you'd say top 10. But like if you told someone that this would be a bottom half of the league run producing team on August 1st, there'd be a lot of people losing a lot of money because of the names, but just also the bounce back likelihoods for certain guys. And then a guy like Wyatt Langford, he's been good, but taking that next step and all the different parts they had, they were so deep. They just didn't. It seemed like they had a few insurance policies, right? If this guy wasn't good, it's okay. They got these guys. But at the beginning of the year, all those insurance policies were coming up short.
What's the expectation now? We're beyond the trade deadline, and we were asking the listeners the other day, just flat out, now that we know what this roster looks like with the new additions, are the Mariners going to make the playoffs, in your opinion? Yes or no? Playoff team or not? What about the Rangers?
Well, I'll tell you, I still think, and my Astros feelings aside, I said this before the year, and I still believe it. I think the 2 best teams in the division are playing in Seattle this weekend. The Astros have 5 games on the Rangers, or maybe now 5.5 after yesterday, and 5 up on Seattle?
4.5.
4.5, yeah, that's right. The Astros, they got better at the deadline. I don't know that they really got better in ways that will make that hill that the Rangers and Mariners are trying to climb that much tougher. It doesn't address the injuries that they've had, and their bullpen's okay. They're fine. Their rotations, they got 2 really good pitchers, but Seattle's really good. They're still swing and miss in Seattle's lineup, and that can lead to some streakiness, but it's still a really good group, and they can match up pretty well. I think if the Rangers' bats continue to at least trend in the right direction, I do think it's a playoff team. It's just so tough for me to – I mean, it's never happened before that a team going into the All-Star break with the best ERA in Major League Baseball and the best fielding percentage in Major League Baseball missed the playoffs. Never happened. I think the lowest win total for one of those teams happened 9 times. The lowest win total is 90 wins, which that almost certainly will get you in the playoffs, right? I got to believe the Rangers are a playoff team, but – And there's no reason to pull out of thinking about the division, but if I'm the Mariners, this is my division to lose. I just added Geno Suarez. I just added Josh Naylor. I got the best player in Major League Baseball, arguably, this year, certainly the AL MVP. I've got how many All-Stars in my rotation? I know the Rangers have the best pitching statistically, but Gilbert, Wu, Kirby, and Kirby, all he needs to do is just face the Rangers, and he's going to be back to George Kirby. And then, Castillo, if Castillo's helping to round out your rotation, you feel okay about that. You're not asking him to be your ace. Mariners are really good. I do think the Rangers are a playoff team. I think the two best teams, though, are right here in Seattle this weekend.
I always say that the reason why the hatred for the Astros is alive and well here in Seattle is because of this guy right here, Bob Stalton.
Trying to keep hate
alive. There's nothing wrong with that.
Are you his counterpart down in Texas?
Guys, I'll say this, and I'm saying this very seriously because I know sometimes my feelings can, be depicted in a caricature-like way. But you play 162 games, right? Mm-hmm. Dave, you know this with the Seahawks. Every game matters. I mean, if you're playing it, the 49ers, that might be, the peak Carroll, Harbaugh. Those games meant a little more, but they all matter. The Rangers play, well, I guess they play the Yankees and Phillies next week. The Rangers play the Diamondbacks coming. I mean, it's just a game.
Yeah.
I think that stuff's so good for our sport. I love the fact that we got 3 teams in this division all within 6 games of one another. And should I maybe feel differently about the Mariners than I do? I mean, I don't hate the Mariners. If they keep kicking our ass, maybe I will, right? But I just think that stuff's good. I love the fact that there is disdain for the Astros. I love the fact that it's not just the Rangers and the Mariners, that it's really all of baseball. I love the fact, nothing against Altuve. I love the fact he gets booed everywhere he goes. Mm-hmm. I mean, those guys got away without real punishment.
None.
But you play 162 games. That is not – I don't know that that's a feature. That might be a bug for this sport. But the more that you create energy, emotion, and so what, with these matchups, I think it's better for our sport. Yeah. I'm not saying I manufacture that hate. I live in Texas. We've talked about this. I don't like the city of Houston. I really don't. Genuinely, I would never go live there. Honest to God, I would never live in Houston. I have no interest whatsoever. I don't like the Astros. I don't like their fans. I walked the concourse at whatever they call Dyken Park a few weeks ago, and I make my feelings known on social media. I'm sure you guys got to go to break, but you guys will appreciate this.
No, we're good. We're good.
I'm walking the concourse, and this has never happened before. I had a guy, hey, are you, Jared Sandler said, yeah. He's like, you can go bleep yourself. That was great. Hey, that's what rivalries are.
Yeah.
I think the most fun, you talk about moments, creating moments. Yeah. Rivalries help create moments.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Sports hate, not real life hate.
No,
but sports hate. That's awesome.
It makes it so much more fun.
Yeah.
You mentioned it. We always talk about when it was Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh with the 49ers. And remember, they had a thing in college.
I was at USC at the time. That happened right in front of my eyes.
Right.
When Jim Harbaugh, when he beats Carroll, the weird at midfield, and then when USC goes to the farm and they kick Stanford's butt, but Pete Carroll calls a timeout so they can kick a field goal late when they're up by 30 or whatever. I mean, that rivalry was awesome, right? It made it mean a little bit more.
So much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just repeated everything I've been saying. That it's fun to have that team you look at and go, oh, I can't stand them. And then for decades, the Mariners never had a rival. We used to joke that it was the Padres because they shared the complex.
Peoria,
it was a joke, obviously.
Who's y'all's natural rival? Who's like schedule-wise? They do that bogus natural rivalry stuff. Yeah. Ours is Arizona.
I don't even know who's the Mariners are. I have no idea.
Maybe it is San Diego. I don't know.
I think it is.
It was a joke. Hate the Padres. You don't hate the Padres. And like you, and I'm not saying this because you're sitting here, I don't look at the Rangers and go, oh, I hate them. Certainly want to beat them, of course, but I don't have that feeling that when I see the Astros, I'm like, oh, I can't stand the fans. I can't stand what they did. I can't stand that they got away with it. Just everything about them.
They never paid for it because of the pandemic year.
Well, the way they handled it, and I know we've covered this a million times, but I thought they could not have handled it worse than they did the players. Worse. Yeah. Bregman was really smug about it. I guess we're sorry. And Correa going, I think it's enough already, when they hadn't even been in front of an opposing fan base. They botched it, and baseball botched it. And like you, I've said it, I love that each one of those guys, whether it's Springer, whether it's Correa, or any of these guys going off into other stadiums, that they get booed around the league. Yeah, I love it.
It's great.
I love it.
I also think it's great. I'm glad Mike finally showed up.
Yeah. Mike, you'll be happy to know he's campaigning for you to be doing the snapshots.
Yeah, I don't know. I came right on air. I said that, why are you so lazy that you can't do it? And he's ignoring us because he doesn't want the extra work.
He's out eating food.
Typical Syracuse,
He really wants
right?
to say, we're not going to let him talk.
Typical
We're not going to let him talk or defend himself.
Hey, quickly, before we let you get out of here, just a thought on we were talking about this before we came on the air, Micah Parsons and the Cowboys situation. Do you think I know he did the big, long social media post and basically said, goodbye, I want out. Do you think he actually gets traded?
I'd be shocked. I really would be. If they were going to trade him, I think the time to do it was last year, and that was never something I think they considered. Although I'll tell you this, guys, there are people in that building who would not be upset to see Micah leave, even though they'll acknowledge Hall of Fame talent, right? Total game changer. He's not maybe the easiest guy to deal with on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis, but there aren't many talents in the NFL like that.
Yeah.
And Jerry loves stars. Jerry's a star, you-know-whatter. And Jerry doesn't – I don't think Jerry likes this, but he also doesn't hate it. The Cowboys don't – I was just on DFW radio, and they were joking how the Cowboys didn't even have a practice today, and they're the talk of the NFL, right?
Yeah.
So I would be surprised if Micah ended up elsewhere. But, man, the Joneses really just don't know how to handle – you got a player that you want to extend, that you want to keep around. They wait and they wait and they wait, and they end up having to pay more and more and more. And I'm actually glad, the last thing Micah said, which players don't always call teams out, he's like, stop spinning this false narrative about me. And whether it's false or not, stop with this garbage propaganda.
Yeah.
Like, that's not cool. You're going to do that, I'm putting my foot down. So I love the chaos. I love seeing both those sides kind of up in arms, but I think Micah Parsons stays with the Cowboys.
Really quick, I got to know, what was your response to the fan who said, go yourself?
I think listen, I'm the youngest brother of three. I grew up in a very sports family, so trash talk is not something that phases me.
Right.
I think I just smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Yeah.
Right back at you, buddy.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
I love it.
Jared Sandler, the Rangers TV and radio broadcaster, has been our guest here. Always great to catch up with you, man, and share the hate.
It's great to,
a beautiful thing.
Absolutely. Great to, we'll go to our prayer service for anti-Astros vibes after this.
That's right.
It's a religion.
Yeah,
love
it really
it.
is.
Appreciate you, man.
See you, fellas.
There you go. There's Jared Sandler again. He's Rangers TV and radio broadcaster, and the Rangers in town. 3 more games. Game 2 coming your way tonight.
He seems to like Lefko, too. That's maybe a little chink in the armor. Other than that,
that's a character flaw.
He's a good man.
That's a character flaw, definitely. I do like that he was campaigning right out of the gates. Why is he not doing that? I'm going to give him Kyle Brown's number and let him ask that question. But yeah, it's funny that I mean, he's basically repeated every word I've ever said. The city of Houston
sounds just like you.
I was out there for the Super Bowl, and I hated it there.
You know what? I played. I think it was one of the last games in the Astrodome. This is 1995. It was late in the season. Maybe it wasn't, but anyway, it was. Just the city itself, I just remember it just being muggy and almost like hazy all the time.
Everything's all spread out.
Yeah, and it was hot, and we were there in like November, and and I just
there's no character to the downtown, and it's just
a bunch of buildings put down and then just spread out. Yeah. Not a fan of Houston.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with him. I did not, and this is long before their cheating scandal. This is when they had the Super Bowl out there. We left there going, ugh.
Yeah,
God, I'm glad we're getting out of here. This sucks. Yeah. So yeah, and then you throw what happened with the Astros, the cheating, and their response to it, and it just makes it much easier to hate the entire place.
Yes, it does,
and everybody in it. So there you go. But our thanks to Jared Sandler. If you guys tuned in the middle of that, didn't catch all of it, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, Mariners are looking to add more to one area of their roster at the deadline. We're going to dive into what that was coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
ESPN senior MLB insider Jeff Passett with Brock and Salk.
Let's start with Josh Naylor. We haven't had a chance to talk to you since the Mariners made the deal.
I love the attitude. Josh Naylor is like the classic. You love him when he's your teammate. You might not when he's not. I like adding a little bit of attitude to this team. He just fits everything so perfectly. Fit a position of need at first base. Added another guy who has really good basketball skills.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
The Davis Law Group Charity Golf Tournament heads to the Prospector Course in Suncadia on August 20th. Proceeds benefit Life Support I-90, funding life-saving training and equipment for the first responders on call every day, covering the thousands of travelers heading over the I-90 corridor east of Snoqualmie Pass through Cle Elum and the surrounding areas. Tee times and sponsor packages are limited, so sign up today at dlggolf.com. That's dlggolf.com, because the life you save could be your own.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license, unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization, video streams, and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Now is the time. We talk about it year-round, but roofing season really is upon us. It's Mike Salk here. So what makes it roofing season? Long, dry days where roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over our region, and Riverside Roofing is, of course, leading the charge. Local to Marysville, Riverside Roofing serves the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work. They've earned my recommendation, plus industry awards like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status fewer than 1% 10% of roofing companies in the entire country actually achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go on their website. During and after your roofing job, you can expect a yard and driveway totally clean of debris. Behind their national accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. That's why Riverside Roofing is the local roofing company you can trust. Go to riversideroofingllc.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to Jared Sandler, Rangers TV and radio broadcaster, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, it will be available on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that, and you'll find it waiting for you there after the show, as it is each and every day. And don't forget, you can click subscribe and never have to worry about it again. It's completely free. So do that if the mood strikes you. Meanwhile, text line is there for you, 866-979-3776. We got mean text coming up today at 5:45, so get the creative juices flowing, get those mean shots in there. Saw a couple in there.
Yeah, there's some decent ones.
Yeah, there's a couple, but
I do brag about being the leading tackler for a kicker.
Already exposing the mean text.
There you go.
But
yeah, a topic for you.
So Dave already blew that one, so now we need one to replace it. But
no, I just want more.
More mean text. Send those in. Meanwhile, we open the show again. If you're just tuning in with Justin Hollander, Mariners GM, joined us on the program, and obviously going through all the trade deadline moments and what happened and how they felt about things. And we talked to him about the bullpen. We talked to him about whether they we're in the thick of other things. They wanted to make more moves. He made it pretty clear that, we were definitely trying to get another arm. We were in, yesterday was not, what do you say? We didn't just punt yesterday. We were taking it down to the wire and just couldn't get things done. But Jerry DiPoto, speaking with the media yesterday out there in the dugout, talked about the fact that, sort of, reiterating that they were trying to add a reliever on the final day of the deadline.
Today we tried a ton of things that didn't really work out for us, but super busy day today. I was fascinated with what was happening with relievers around the league. We were in a lot of those conversations for, weeks now on the back end bullpen guys, and felt like we were in the end zone in one case and near the goal line in some others, but really active deadline. I thought it was shockingly mild on starting pitchers changing address, but the bullpen and the returns for bullpen, I think this was about as aggressive as teams have been with their farm systems in quite some time, us included.
Yeah, so reiterating that, and I get the feeling they were both, without saying a name, referencing Johan Duran, that they felt like they were in a very good position, and ultimately it didn't go their way. He ends up, where'd he go? Philly? Went to the Phillies, so Michael Bradley's happy about that. But, so they got the two corners infielders. They got the lefty in the bullpen. They were looking to add that leverage guy in the back end and thought they were close, but obviously it didn't happen. Jerry went on to talk about they were monitoring starting pitching, but really it was about focusing on relievers?
Yeah, we were pretty, I guess, loosely tethered to the starting pitcher market, mostly because there weren't that many available, and we didn't feel like there was an obvious upgrade for us with the idea of, you know, Logan Evans and Emerson Hancock and the ultimate return of Bryce Miller. Whenever that is, we felt like we were in better shape than most. We really focused on the bullpen, and you know, would we have liked to add one more guy? Sure. You know, that's why we were in the market. We just came up a little bit short.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting talking to Justin about like how many conversations you have to have and how you have to know everybody and know, okay, is this guy going to treat me fairly? Is he trying to, you know, hide something from me or whatever? But yeah, that was kind of interesting. I know JP was talking about that he thought that the first priority for the Mariners was going to be going after starting pitching, but yeah, it was that was really interesting to hear all of that and all the things that need to come together, right? Because there's every team probably has 2, maybe 3 different people that are, you know, the sort of point man for the phone calls and things like that. So, but yeah, again, I keep shaking my head like it's just too good to be true. I mean, we talked about Naylor and Eugenio and a bullpen piece, and that's exactly what we got. Got another lefty in the bullpen, and these 2 guys, hopefully, not right now. I mean, I think the pressure is on the pitchers and getting the starting pitching back to what it was last year, and never going to be as far as the ranks, you know, go with quality starts and things like that. But just from here on out, that's going to be the main focus for this team.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's everybody you wanted to a couple arms. You wanted another starter. I would have loved if somehow Stephen Kwan got traded here, right? I mean, he didn't get traded, but you know, if we're being greedy, yeah, you could always want more. You could always want this guy or that guy. They went above and beyond what anybody thought they were going to do. Yeah. That's the reality. I think a lot of people, including me, I thought after the Naylor deal, I thought they would get another bat, but I thought it'd be sort of a middling. I didn't think it would be Geno. I thought we're going to get another bat. We were hearing, you know, Willie Castro, names like that. I'm like, okay, that didn't excite me. But I thought that's where they were going to look and probably land another bat on that level and call it good. But they went out and they got Geno. They went out and they got Naylor, and they got their lefty in the bullpen. And, yeah, they wanted to add another bullpen arm, but they didn't. But, you know, to me, I look at this team right now and say, you've got your piece. There is no complete team in Major League Baseball. Every team you could point at and talk to the fans or the reporters that cover that team, and they could sit there and tell you about all the problems. Here's the problem with the Dodgers.
Right.
Dodgers spent, you know, $500 million, but here are the holes. Here are our problems. We got to fix this. We got to fix that. Same is true for the Yankees. Same is true for the Phillies and the Cubs. So we're not unique in pointing, well, I could have used another bullpen arm, and I don't like this spot. That's just baseball. You're not going to have an all-star at every spot and all bases covered, so to speak. No pun intended. So point being that I feel like they've got enough. You've been given the keys. Yeah. Now you guys go drive, because this now ownership, to their credit, again, I'm the first to obviously criticize most of the time when we talk about the front office and what they don't spend and what they don't do, but they went out and gave you the pieces. You got the pieces now. You got 52 games to make them count, and it's on the players, and it's on Dan Wilson, and it's on Edgar and Seitzer and everybody else in that clubhouse. It's now in their lap.
How much goodwill is this going to create for the bond between the fans and the team? I feel like almost everybody knew about Suarez and Naylor, and it just, again, seemed too good to be true. But, yeah, I mean, the lack of activity in the off season and things like that, I mean, I feel like that's going to take care of the goodwill part of it as far as trusting this team that they're all in to go win for a while, because, you know, that's
at least for the rest of this season.
but I mean, look, the narrative has always been with the Mariners that, you know, why didn't they do more? Mm-hmm. You know, why didn't they do more in the off season? Why didn't they acquire players? And, you know, there was all kinds of suggestions of different players, and now, you know, you get pretty much what I would think a consensus of what everybody wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those 2 players right there. And then I don't know if anybody really had a name in mind for as far as the bullpen piece, but they got that as well. So, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm just looking at this franchise differently now.
Yeah, at least for the time, I think you know how it is. I mean, that stuff is short-lived. If they get through the regular season, they do make it to the postseason, and maybe they get through the wild card round, they get knocked out in divisional round, whatever happens. As soon as we get to all it does is create more anticipation. That's what we learned after 22, right? We were all excited. This city was invested. This city was foaming at the mouth for the Mariners next season. They could. Yeah. That was the conversation, man. Yeah, that's one of the rare times the Seahawks took a back seat in terms of conversation and fans wanting to discuss. Yeah. And they didn't capitalize, and then you saw what happened. So I think maybe they learned a lesson from that. So if we get a repeat of they get a playoff run, city's going berserk, I think we might be looking at a little different offseason. I think maybe the lessons were learned about that and how you followed up that success, because you haven't had it since. So, to answer your question, I think the sort of grace period is just the length of the season. Yeah. And then if they come up short in the offseason again by people's estimation, like, oh, we're good, we don't need to add anything but this little ancillary piece here, this little guy here, we're fine. Right. I think you're just going to bring back that same level of distrust and angst, if you will. Yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully we're talking about a playoff run, though, and I think they've set them up for it. A reminder, we want to send one of you and 3 of your friends to watch the Seahawks host the Chiefs on Friday, August 15th, and all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, all you need to do is text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We're going to send you a link to download it. It's totally free. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Monday, August 4th. Well, meanwhile, it's not the same guy as usual, but it is the same team that headlines our WHYMAN of the Week. That's coming your way next as we continue live from T-Mobile Park with Wyman and Bob.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now.
This thing on
and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here for Swedish Cyberknife, and we had Andy Ryder. He is the mayor of Lacey, but he's also a Swedish Cyberknife patient. We had him and Dr. Landis from Swedish Cyberknife in studio a few weeks ago, and a couple things that really stood out about Swedish Cyberknife. Number one, the treatment. It only takes 5 sessions, and Andy was able to complete treatment in 1 week, Monday through Friday, while continuing to work full-time, and each treatment session lasts less than an hour. And he was able to remain comfortable during the treatment. You can wear your street clothes in. He didn't experience too many side effects other than being a little bit tired, but you compare that with other methods, other treatment methods for prostate cancer, where you have to have surgery or a catheter. I mean, it's a night and day difference. Also, it was really cool to see the relationship between Andy and Dr. Landis. Andy obviously holds him in very high regard, and rightfully so. Dr. Landis is a multiple-time recipient of the Seattle Top Doctor Award. We talk about building a sports team and trying to find stars and superstars. Swedish Cyberknife truly has that. It's an all-pro roster of doctors and world-renowned experts in their field, just like Dr. Landis. Swedish Cyberknife treats patients from all over the state, and you don't need a physician referral. You can reach out to them directly. So if you've been diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate for more information. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years. years guaranteed all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The 2025 Seahawks season is almost here. Get fitted for game days with jerseys, caps, and tees, including the 2025 training camp collection. Visit the Seahawks Pro Shop at the Landing in Renton and Lumen Field or online at Seahawks.com/pro shop.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package, or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
Why, man? Why?
Lunch has been canceled today due to lack of hustle. Deal with it.
He's a habitual line stepper.
What were you thinking? What are you doing?
Why are you the way that you are?
It's the Why Man of the Week.
It is time for WHYMAN, which is presented by Mazda of Everett. And we were talking about this earlier with Jared Sandler about the Micah Parsons situation and Jerry Jones and that whole thing. During an interview on the Cowboys flagship station, 105.3 The Fan, Cowboys co-owner Stephen Jones, his son, pushed back on the notion that the team likes the attention that contract disputes bring.
I have a theory that maybe you guys drag out the deals to get engagement from the media.
Well,
and it's like the best $2 million you can spend having to give Dak a few more.
Well, let's just start off. We don't agree on that. We don't drag deals out. We do deals when there's an opportunity to do a deal. Certainly, no one knows what goes on internally with a particular negotiation, but sometimes agents and players aren't ready to pull the trigger till they see other cards play. What we're not going to do is go out and, do something that's not responsible in terms of, just in the name of getting a deal done 1 month earlier. Go do it and pay the guy another $5 million of your cap space.
He sounds like Jerry, doesn't he? He sounds like him. But
Totally does. Yeah.
He's that interesting that he asked him that question, because when we had El Hombre on, remember, he was making fun of the fact that Jerry loves media attention, and he would, rather than, you could win a Super Bowl or you could never be in front of a camera again, never have that. Would you take the Super Bowl or would you take the media attention? He's in El Hombre saying, of course, he's going to forego the Super Bowl and take the media attention.
Right.
I don't know. Is that overstated, or do you think they do have some sort of, love for this kind of attention, good or bad, like it's all good for them?
Yeah, well, that was always the old saying, right, back in the day, that, hey, just get the name right. I don't care if it's good news or bad news, right? And, yeah, they certainly are creating a lot of bad news. But, yeah, I just try to imagine if the Seahawks were run that way. I mean, you would just always be guessing on, what kind of a whim is Jerry Jones on now? What does he feel like? I mean, it's all, the whole thing seems like, and with Schneider, I feel like it's all about the franchise and, and about everybody. Whereas Jerry Jones, it's just about him.
Yeah. And I guess the difference being he is the owner.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, it is, I don't know, Jerry doesn't seem like he dislikes the attention. I'll say that. Now, whether he seeks it out in the way people portray, I have no idea. But this one just feels weird to me. Of all the players, like, why are you drawing the line with a guy that's this talented and this special on the field, right? I mean, CeeDee Lamb's a great receiver. Is he a generational talent? I don't think so. Dak Prescott is a very good quarterback. Is he a generational talent? I don't think so. But Micah Parsons feels like he's a different kind of player. I'm not saying he's the greatest defensive player ever, but it's a weird line to draw. He just seems to be having the way he's approaching this seems to be a bit different. Not watching every moment of how he dealt with CeeDee Lamb and everybody else, but that thing I read you earlier about how the fans were chanting, "Pay Micah," and somebody asked him about it. He's like, well, that was nothing compared to what CeeDee Lamb. Now they were really yelling. This was just a little noise, like kind of demeaning him a little bit, like he's not as important. They really wanted us to sign CeeDee Lamb, but Micah, he had just a couple people that were.
Oh, I didn't even think of it that way, actually, that was a slight for Micah Parsons. I guess I was thinking of them just trying to deflect.
Yeah, I think it is sort of a subtle shot at like, well, they were much more passionate about CeeDee Lamb than Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I'm not so sure what Micah Parsons is all about. We talked about having him here. I mean, it has to be a fit. He has to, because they talk about the Seahawk defense and how you have to sort of check your pride at the door, and you're there to help other people make plays and stuff like that. Is Micah Parsons that kind of guy? I don't know. So I don't know how much of it is him, but I don't know. It seems like a pretty steady, force as far as Jerry Jones go. He's the common denominator.
Yeah. All right. Wyman number 2, Guardians president of baseball operations, Chris Antonetti, doesn't think it's an issue that 2 players on their team have been suspended for gambling-related allegations.
We spent a lot of time, and I think every player is educated on the rules around gambling. And, Major League Baseball had training and spring training for all of our players. It was done in person. It was done in Spanish and in English. So I don't think it's a question of people not knowing the rules. But again, beyond that, I want to be careful. I don't think we should prejudge what the outcome will be, other than that we know they have been placed on the non-disciplinary paid suspension.
I do love that he emphasized it was English and Spanish.
Yeah. Well, you know what you need to do? I know the NFL, I remember having my phone out down. There's a certain time where you can't have your phone down there if you're in the little box area as far as, the bench. And I go down there beforehand, but somebody told me, I think it was O'Connell, he's like, if you get caught on your phone, they fine you $100,000 or something like that. I was like, what? Jeez. You've got to be kidding me. I mean, and that if you're a player, maybe $100,000 doesn't really scare you, but they need to, enforce that message that, hey, this is serious business, and you could be in big trouble. And the amount of money these guys are making, it's ridiculous that you would sacrifice it for, I don't know, even a $5,000 bet, which is outrageous to everyone, every normal person. But yeah, I mean, for them, that's small change. What kind of rush do you even get out of that?
Yeah, is the thrill worth the potential consequence?
I mean, isn't the rush you picking up your check every other week?
I'd get a nice rush out of a check like that. Yeah. Probably hurt my back lifting a check that big. I mean, it's just, the lifespan, especially if we're talking NFL players. I know this is baseball, but NFL, the career lifespan is so short.
Yeah.
That why would you go gamble your brains out after you're retired at 34 or whatever, if you're lucky enough to play that long, right? I mean, it's such a small window that I think that is lost on a lot of these guys that, man, I'm not here for a long time. This life doesn't exist in perpetuity.
Right.
So there's plenty of time to do all of the party and drinking and women and gambling or whatever it is you want to do. You can still do it, and you'll probably do it at a much higher level because you're going to have a lot more money that you made during your career because you didn't screw it up.
Yeah. So, I don't know I remember when we were in Green Bay last year, somebody had a stat that every NFL, every player that played a season in the NFL, if you put them in that stadium, they wouldn't fill it up, And so it's not very many people that get that opportunity to do that. And so, and I don't know that I fully realized that at the time. I always felt fortunate. I loved it. I loved being a football player. But, I don't know if I knew exactly how exclusive it was. It was just kind of like, you just go to the next thing and the next thing. Somebody needs to, dump cold water on these guys and just go, are you kidding me?
You're living a rare existence, man. This is a rare existence, and you better savor it while it's here.
Well, and you look at, some of the facilities, and, look at what most Seahawk players are used to. They go eat in basically a 5-star restaurant.
Yeah.
Up
breakfast, lunch, and dinner if they want.
Yeah, and you travel in style and everything. I mean, it's just there's even the perks that go along with it are awesome, and what 1% of the population experiences.
Yeah, it's a good life. Quickly before the break here, let's get to Jeff Passan, who paints a realistic yet pretty depressing picture for the 2027 Major League Baseball season.
But last week, one of the biggest stars in Major League Baseball got in the face of the commissioner and said, if you want to talk about a salary cap, you can get the bleep out of our clubhouse. And there are a lot of Major League Baseball owners right now who not only want to talk about a salary cap, but want that to be the hill that they're willing to die on. So you're telling me that the 2027 season isn't in jeopardy?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he's right. I mean, I don't know how you dispute it and say, it's going to be fine. The signs don't point that way. It's pointing to a workshop, especially if you said, that's the hill they're going to die on.
Yeah. Well, and that first little interaction is pretty. I mean, Bryce Harper telling him to get the bleep out of here, and him coming back with it.
Yeah.
That's not a good start.
Yeah.
Not a good start for the negotiations.
No, that's off to a really poor start. All right, coming up, Mariners showed last night why they could be a legitimate threat in the postseason. We'll talk about that coming up next, live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88, every day at 7:45 on Brock and Salk.
What are you hearing with these young Seahawks?
Yeah, the words I continue to hear, betting on themselves. They're betting on themselves because these college kids are coming into the league with millions, But if you're Kobe Bryant, are you going to say, hey, man, on this defense, I'm going to be a great player. I'm going to go to the market, and I'm going to have 31 other teams bidding for me rather than taking it now.
Blue 88 on Seattle Sports. Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precore's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Get in the game at Hoops on the Pier. Friends of Waterfront Park and Rise Above are hosting a 2-day youth basketball camp at Pier 62 for ages 6 to 16. It's free, it's fun, and it's right on the water. July 31st and August 1st. Plus, open courts during the afternoons. Open to all ages and abilities. Don't have a basketball? No worries. We have a ball for you. Live out your hoops dreams on the waterfront. More info at waterfrontparkseattle.org. Brought to you by Friends of Waterfront Park.
What does it take to get justice for a man paralyzed after a cycling accident? Thousands of documents reviewed, hundreds of thousands of dollars paid for experts and investigations, and over 6 years of hard-fought litigation fighting all the way to the Washington State Supreme Court. Because when King County said he deserved nothing, we proved he deserved better. $10 million better.
Everything that could be done was being done to help us.
Chris did a great job. Call Davis Law Group today at 206-888-8888.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Mariners coming off a very big win in Game 1 of their 4-game set with the Rangers, getting set for Game 2, currently out here on the field, taking some batting practice and fielding practice on another beautiful day for baseball, and hopefully that means another Mariner win when they send Logan Gilbert to the hill in Game 2 tonight, taking on the Rangers. You can catch it all starting at 6 o'clock with the pregame show, 7:10 first pitch, right here, Seattle Sports on 7:10. Couple of finals on the day. Reds take out the Braves 3-2. Cubs shut out the Orioles 1-0. A couple of games, another weather delay. Phillies and Tigers in the midst of a weather delay out there in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, the Nationals are up 1-0 on the Brewers. That one in the bottom of the first. Meanwhile, in the NFL, Micah Parsons has made it clear he'd like to be traded away from the Dallas Cowboys. He took to social media to make a very long announcement and chronicling the version of events that led to his decision. Just a brief portion of it saying, quote, "Yes, I wanted to be here. I did everything I could to show I wanted to be a Cowboy and wear the star on my helmet. I wanted to play in front of the best fans in sports and make this America's team once again. The team my pops and I grew up cheering for way up in Harrisburg, PA. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present."
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mariners and Rangers getting set for Game 2 coming your way tonight. Again, Logan Gilbert on the hill. You can catch it all starting at 6 o'clock with the pregame show right here, Seattle Sports on 7:10. And reminder, we do have mean text coming up today at 5:45. So get your mean text in at 866-979-3776. How they been doing so far, Lefko? Have you checked in on them?
Yeah, I've been trying. You know, I haven't been here, so I thought I'd come back, and when I got back from the clubhouse, I figured there'd be a ton, right? Like, there'd be a lot of them. You guys have given them plenty of material. Yeah, there were no good ones.
We gave them plenty of material to be mean to us?
I assumed. Yeah, well, you're talking about the Astros, so I assumed I would give them some material. But I got back up here, and there were none. No good ones, no funny ones, no intelligent ones. Nothing to really signify any brainwave activity was alive from our listeners.
Our listeners are in a coma.
I think you're setting the bar too high, Mike.
I know.
Is the problem. Is that Geno down there working third base?
Yes.
In the all black?
Yep.
I love watching him. I mean, Ben Williamson, better defender.
Yeah.
But watching the ball just explode out of his hand. He's got a great throwing arm, Bob.
Yeah, he does a good throwing arm, yeah. He does have a cannon, though. He's got a good arm. That's really the only spot he beats Williamson in, defensively speaking. But, yeah, it is fun to watch him work down there.
The other one is JP. He's a magician out there. Just the way he just can throw from any angle, pretty much. And just looks awesome. He's fun to watch.
You know what's funny? Justin was telling you guys a story about the Diamondbacks bag and how they got Geno on the plane. I guess obviously because he had just come from there and all the stuff's in there. It's kind of jarring but surreal to see his Diamondbacks bag was sitting there in his locker right in the clubhouse. And, you know, it's the same one. When you walk in, it was the one that Geno had here in 2022.
Right to the right there?
Right to the right. So Rowdy Tellez was occupying it, and he is not here anymore, so it timed out well that Geno can have his locker back, and there's a big Diamondbacks bag sitting in that locker.
They got to get that fixed.
Yeah, they got to fix that part. But
I heard
it's like he never left, right?
Yeah. You know, we asked Justin about this, about his impact here. He played here for 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And I think Justin hit on a good point that he was part of that run to the playoffs that ended the drought. But it's amazing that he's endeared himself to this fan base to the extent that he did, having played just 2 seasons here. He's sort of treated and talked about in such a reverent tone, like he's a guy that's been a decade. He's just been a pillar of this organization, you know, like I'm not putting him up there with Griffey and Ichiro, people like that. But, I mean, you see the reaction. You see the reaction he got from the fans. You just see how he's talked about. He for a guy that was here for a fairly brief amount of time, he is very highly regarded here.
Well, and you heard about him, and Rick Riz was like motioning, like, yes, that's exactly what happened. That he hugged every single person on the plane, every person. Even I think Shannon was saying there was a few people that he didn't know. hugged him anyway.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean,
spreading the love.
You could see. I didn't really know what he was all about until we interviewed him outside the locker room. I can't remember what year that was. It might have been the first year he was here, but he just entirely changed my view of him. I didn't really know him, but he just came off as like the sweetest guy in the world. And just,
you saw his hair the first time. I went, "Who's this guy?"
Yeah, that's right.
When he had the half hair, he did it until you found out he did it for his little girls.
He did it for his little girls. Yeah.
It was like,
right.
what was it, silver and black or something like that, or white and black? It was like half his head was black and the other half was.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, who's this clown? What's he doing? Then I felt bad. I'm like, oh, he did it for his daughter, so that was really cool. And he's got to be one of the more well-liked people in that. He seems like he's somebody that would, come and pick you up in the middle of the night and help you change your tire or whatever.
Yeah.
Just a sweet guy and a ferocious hitter, man.
Yeah,
So,
and it's just it's cool to see. It's just it struck me last night watching the response, seeing the signs in the building, and you see him up there hanging out there in left field, good vibes only, and it's just the impact that he had in a very short amount of time. I thought it was pretty interesting. But meanwhile, things from last night. How about Cole Young? How about Cole Young muscling up on a ball right here that they originally said was 470 feet?
Right. Here's the windup and the 1-1 on the way to Young. Swinging a well-hit ball deep to right field. And there is number 3 for Cole. Oh, my goodness, into the patio of the Hit It Here Cafe. Cole Young with a long home run to straightaway right. Here at T-Mobile Park, it's now the Mariners 2 and the Rangers nothing.
He squared that thing up.
God.
I mean, to say the very least. What did they officially say? Lefko 456?
456, yeah.
56.
Still.
That's still a
pretty impressive.
I mean,
blast.
He's not a big dude.
No, he's 5'11", 180 is what he's listed at. I'm thinking maybe they're
he's probably more like 5'10".
You know who I thought of instantly? I thought of Ben Williamson. That he can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's the one part of his game that's missing, right?
Yeah.
And everything else is good. He's got a good average. He plays great defense, but yeah, I mean, just kind of gave me a little bit of hope that just because he's that hitter now, he's young. And yeah, I never thought Cole Young would unleash on a ball like that.
Yeah, just squared it up, and it was cool to see. And then it's a triple after that too, just for good measure. So great night for him. Cal Raleigh, this is post game with Shannon. I love this. I sent the note last night because I was watching. I don't know if you saw this or heard this, but he was doing the post game and he was asked about the distance on the ball, and that StatCast said it was this.
Yeah.
Here's Cal's response.
I read that. Yeah.
Did Cole's just mammoth blast inspire yours?
I don't know. I mean, he hit that one pretty far, but I'll have to tell him that you don't have to hit him that far next time. They all count the same. So.
Do you have an estimate on that? Because there is some controversy on what StatCast had on Cole's home run.
I wouldn't believe anything StatCast says.
I love that. Was immediate.
I love it.
I wouldn't believe anything StatCast says.
Yeah, it just came right out.
Yeah.
Like that was the point that he wanted to get across.
Maybe he said that or thought that before.
I love that. Well, like I was saying, I asked Shannon to ask him the question. I don't think it got lost in translation, but I was going to have her ask him, you ever read some of this stuff about your swing or whatever and go, that's not what I'm doing at all.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they talking about? I mean, everybody's writing up these little things and trying to explain what Cal's doing and this and that, and then getting the barrel out and all this bat speed thing and everything. And I wonder if he's just thinking, what a bunch of crap.
This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I haven't done anything of the sort.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's
I
awesome.
wouldn't trust anything StatCast
That was
says.
one of the more shocking things. I mean, watching Cole Young launch that thing, that was crazy. I was like, man, I didn't think I'd ever see that.
Yeah.
That's not Bob flushing the toilet in the background. It's actually the Blue Angels going over here doing their routine.
Yeah. Man, it's funny that this is the second or third time they pass by, and it's everybody. There's a bunch of people out on the field, and everybody stops.
How can you not?
It's just like all motion stops for that brief time, and you see everybody looking up.
Hey, here's are they closing 90 and 520 when they do their show? They used to do that.
I don't know. They afford to. They got all the other roads so screwed up and blocked off lanes and construction. Can they afford that?
Everything from my house, and I'm out in Sammamish, from there all the way in, construction everywhere.
Yeah, getting to, and I'm sure the listeners love hearing about our travel woes, but getting to Seahawks, getting to the Seahawks facility from West Seattle has been a chore with all the construction. 405, I-5, doesn't matter. It stinks. It stinks out there. But it's seeing Cole Young do that is great. And I've got to believe when you bring in a couple of experienced bats like Naylor and Suarez, that trickles down to an extent of it taking pressure off not just a young guy like Cole Young, but taking pressure off Cal feeling like he's got to do all the heavy lifting, or Julio feeling like or Randy. It just spreads it out. Now that lineup becomes way deeper, and it's not all, okay, well, if this guy doesn't do it, it doesn't get done. Doesn't mean they can't have, bad nights where they get shut out or they score one run. That's going to happen. But you lengthen the lineup, and thus you take a little bit of heat off somebody like a young guy like Cole Young, who may have felt it earlier in the season when the whole lineup's struggling outside of one guy.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, a nice side effect of their presence.
Yeah, and I know it's not all about, size and strength, but, I mean, it was just encouraging to see Cole Young have that moment of power, and it wasn't just like a wall scraper. Like, he crushed that ball.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, it made me think of Ben Williamson and maybe what he can work on. He's a bigger guy, and I know it's not all about that. But, it was kind of encouraging. And like you said, I remember we took Cal's numbers out, it was like a month ago, and it's not good.
No, it's getting better. I mean, obviously, Julio's started to hit more home runs, and Rosarena and Polanco, so the other guys are starting to get it going. But, for a while it was a one-man show, it felt like. Cole Young, by the way, was asked after the game if he's ever hit a ball that far.
No, I don't think so. That was probably the farthest ball I've ever hit. Maybe one in AAA, it was, I guess, similar, but no, that was probably the farthest.
I think his voice is still changing. He's going through puberty.
Yeah, he sounds like a kid.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but Dan Wilson was asked whether he knew Cole Young had that kind of power at the plate.
I mean, he crushed that ball. I mean, I think, yes. I mean, I think we all see his bat speed. We all know that he can hit the ball a long way. But that ball was a long way, and that had to feel good, and then to be able to follow that one up with a nice line drive triple into right center field, I thought was another great at bat by him. And again, just as we saw with Ben, and as we're now seeing with Cole, just continuing to get more and more comfortable, and it's been a learning experience for him, and he's really putting it to use.
Yeah, it was
like he said and you said. I mean, then he follows it up with the triple. I mean, that was. I don't know. I mean, I feel like once you crack the seal on something like that, you got the recipe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm not saying he's going to start hitting them all the time, but it's one thing if it would have been just a weak home run. I mean, that thing was
a wall scraper
monster.
Yeah, he tattooed that thing. The triple was funny because did you see his slide at the end? It wasn't that pretty.
No, it wasn't.
He looked like he was kind of going into swim mode where he's trying to avoid a tag, but then the arms kind of got caught. It was awkward looking, and you saw him pop up with a smile, kind of looking at his third base coach and then looking at his arms. Like you can see him going, yeah, that kind of hurt a little bit.
I wonder if he was thinking what I used to think when I would have like a bad play. I'd be laying on the ground going, boy, that's going to look horrible on film. And everybody's going to give me a bunch of crap.
Should I lay here and pretend I'm hurt?
Yeah.
Should I do that? That way they'll forget that it was a bad slide and start worrying about my health. But no, that was a great night for him. And hopefully we see much more of that, certainly. But looking at the lineup, which was interesting, they're repeating same exact lineup as last night with the Rosarena leading off and JP hitting in the 8th spot and Cal and Julio flip-flopping second and third. So they're sticking with that at least for tonight anyway, and you got results. So I would assume if they get results tonight, you're going to see that same lineup moving forward, and we'll see how much Dan plays, the righty-lefty matchup situation going down the road. But, the lineup is deeper as we talked about. Where do you think this lineup ranks in Jerry's tenure out here when you start looking at 1 through 9 lineups?
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to see it for a few more nights. But I mean, if you look at what Naylor and Suarez have done so far, or Suarez, it looks as good as I remember seeing it. I don't know. You're the baseball historian for the Mariners. I mean, when's the last time you saw this kind of a lineup?
Yeah, I was doing that video with Justin earlier for Bob's Baseball Breakdown, which will come out later. But he was asking me about, where does this lineup stack up, versus recent Mariner lineups. I was trying to think. I'm like, God, I don't really. It might be amongst the best. I was thinking back to when it was Cano, Seager, Nelson Cruz, Haniger. I was trying to remember some of the other pieces that were there at the time when we started going through it, going, wait, who are the center fielders back then? So we started geeking out on the Leonis Martin and Austin Jackson and just these different names. You're like, oh, yeah, that guy. I forgot all about that guy. And, hey, what about Ben Gamble? And we're just, going down the rabbit hole there. But, yeah, it might be, if we're just looking at it on paper and the production to this point and what they're capable of, this might be the best lineup in Jerry's tenure here, and he was asked about that, and he explains why he believes that may be true.
This is the best lineup we've had since I've been here, without question. When you look up on a given night, you've got, Polo hitting seventh. Dom Canzone is, who I think has been legitimately good since the day we brought him back from Tacoma, hitting down at the bottom of your order. Cole Young, who I think is among the top 10 hitters at his position since the end of his first week in the big leagues. That's a good bottom of your lineup. And, we can left, right, in the middle. You've got switch hitters. There's balance. We have speed. And, I think right now we're, the only team, and this is without adding Geno to the mix until today, I think we're the only team in the American League to be in the top 3 in the league in WRC plus home runs and stolen bases.
All right, so he's saying it emphatically. It's the best lineup he's had since he's been here.
Going back to 2015?
Yeah. So hopefully it turns out to be true in terms of production and everything. It's certainly got that potential. And then, we forget, I was watching Robles out here taking some cuts and interesting little session there where he had it looked like a basketball under his arm as he was swinging, and he's working on a few different exercises out there. But you get that bat back in the lineup, then you're looking at because Arozarena, I mean, interesting to have him as a leadoff hitter. He's not my prototypical leadoff hitter, my first choice.
But Robles, my gosh, he was like built for that. Right?
Yeah, I mean, he's a nuisance.
He is a nuisance. He's a pest.
He's a pest. He's a troublemaker. Dan Wilson was asked after the game how it felt to see this post-deadline lineup in action.
Yeah, I mean, that's, our lineup is deep, like we talked about earlier, and being able to score runs up and down it. And post-deadline, pre-deadline, that's how you win consistently is getting contributions up and down. And tonight, certainly, we were able to do that. And, that's what we hope for going forward. And that's what we're playing for. And finding that consistency and finding those contributions up and down every night. And our pitching staff continues to throw the ball well. And tonight was no exception there. And, holding the other team and scoring more than they do, that's the name of the game. And that's what we're looking to continue to do.
There we go. Lots more pressure on Dan now that we've got this. Oh, my gosh. What do we got here? We got turkey legs.
Giant turkey legs.
Turkey leg.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Slavko didn't bring it up here.
In his teeth?
With just bones, basically.
Just give you a tray of bones. You guys should have tried it. It was really good. Picking his teeth.
You know when you eat chicken wings, like there's going to be some meat and skin and everything. Remember Cortez Kennedy, when he would eat a chicken wing, it would come out and it looked like it had been dipped in acid. Like it was just there was just the bone. There was nothing. There was no cartilage. There was no skin.
Like the cartoons where you see them.
Sauce. Yeah, like the fish.
Yeah, and it's just fish bones.
Yeah, pull it out.
That was Cortez.
That was Cortez.
These are. This is the Spotlight Bite. King's Court turkey legs is what we've got up here. Hearty turkey legs will make their way back to game day in honor of King Felix Hernandez during his reign on the field. Turkey legs were delivered to lucky fans in the King's Court section. We used to watch that all the time, and now anyone can feel like royalty with their own King's Court turkey leg from the new King's Court stand in section 144. So check that out.
Lots of legless turkeys out there.
Got a lot of hobbled turkeys
there we go.
Rolling around out there. But there you go. There's your highlight bite. Did you Was it hard to resist, Lefko?
The smell is really good.
Did we
I'll be
only
honest
get
with you.
2?
Well, yeah, I figured between 3 of us, 2 is a lot. Also,
Okay,
I'm
but
probably not going to eat a full one.
Nobody's going to, like, eat, put that in their mouth.
No,
like
I
if
figured.
someone else
I figured
has.
you were going to eat a full one.
Especially not Bob.
And Bob probably won't eat one, and I probably won't eat much of one. So
Or
you two.
You
could
two
have
are
one.
going to share?
No. I would cut off some, but
I don't think Bob's a sharer.
we assumed you would eat a full one.
Yeah.
As we were planning this out.
Who's we?
Arlene.
Oh.
and I.
Arlene.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
We're
you know what?
correct, right?
I
You're going to
can't-
go dive
I can't
in.
let this Arlene slander. Lefko planned this. This was all
Arlene
Lefko.
and I planned this.
Arlene.
She's in charge.
She said 3. You said 2.
Yeah. I didn't want to be wasteful. I mean, these are big. I don't think 2 will get fully eaten. What do we think?
I like that
As we're
everybody's
staring at him.
Mike, you can have mine, okay?
I like everybody planned on you eating a whole one, and everybody else will split.
Well, I mean, if you have eyeballs, you can tell who's the guy that's probably most likely to eat an entire one.
Gary will take the other one.
I have to admit, when they would show that on TV, how they would hand it to somebody, they'd take a bite, and then they would pass it to somebody, and they would take a bite.
Yeah.
That's where I would tap out. I'd be
Well,
like,
what
if I'm
about-
not getting the first bite, then I'm out.
What about family, though? Like,
If I'm not getting the first bite, I'm out.
okay.
I don't want my dad grabbing it and ripping a hunk off and slobbering all over. Here you go, son.
Maybe your dad's a bad example, just because you always compare me to him. So, yeah, that might be a problem.
Yeah, so Lefko, we're going to have to knife and fork this thing.
Yeah, I'll go get some.
We're not sharing.
But was I correct? Were you going to eat a whole one? Those things
probably
are big.
not.
Yeah, and I wasn't going to eat a whole one either.
Those are pretty sizable.
Yeah.
Probably won't either.
But yeah, we won't be sharing, taking a bite, handing
guys-
it to you. We're not going.
I know
that
you
route.
guys know this about me. I'm on a very strict diet.
That's right. We don't want to mess up the rhythm you got going.
That's right.
So check it out, section 144. By the way, our coverage of Seahawks training camp happening is brought to you by the Landing in Renton. Meanwhile, trade demands have become the theme of NFL training camps. We'll get into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile Park. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Look at this weather outside. It's beautiful. It's baseball weather, and it's motorcycle weather as well. And I know a lot of you riders out there who have texted in, you eat this up just like I do. But you also know when we're out there on the bike, you take a little bit more risk than you do when you're in a car. You're more exposed, and a lot of people, that I ride with that have been riding much longer than me tell me it's not a matter of if, but when you get into an accident. Hopefully that doesn't happen. It has not happened to this point. I'm knocking on wood. I hope the same is true for you. But if that changes, if you find yourself injured in a motorcycle crash, let me help you out here. Do not settle for a firm that says they're motorcycle lawyers. You got to trust the ones who actually live it. That's Law Tigers. They've been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years, and that's nationwide. They are there for you when you need them most, 24/7, 365 days a year. Because writers deserve real support when you really, really need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Now, you see them all over the place. You obviously see the billboards, but you see the vans and the tents up at all the events. You see them out there supporting all the clubs and all of the shops. And the Law Tigers are always there by your side. And even better, your case evaluation is completely free. There are no fees until your case settles. They don't get paid until you get paid. You never ride alone with Law Tigers. They are Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Bum here, letting you know West Hills Ford, the Big Four store, is celebrating the Ford Summer Sales event with incredible offers, like the 2024 Ford F-150 Super Crew 4-wheel drive available now through August 1st with $14,982 off MSRP for qualified buyers. West Hills Ford, the Big Four store, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it. Oh!
Dave Wyman joined by Dr. Daniel Landis from Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Landis, when treating prostate cancer, what can patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Now is the time. We talk about it year-round, but roofing season really is upon us. It's Mike Salk here. So what makes it roofing season? Long, dry days where roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over our region, and Riverside Roofing is, of course, leading the charge. Local to Marysville, Riverside Roofing serves the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work. They've earned my recommendation, plus industry awards like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country actually achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on RiversideRoofingLLC.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go on their website. During and after your roofing job, you can expect a yard and driveway totally clean of debris. Behind their national accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. That's why Riverside Roofing is the local roofing company you can trust. Go to RiversideRoofingLLC.com.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710 as we're getting you ready for Game 2 of the Mariners series with the Texas Rangers, a very consequential series, 4-game series against a team that is right on your heels. You now have a 1-game lead on these Texas Rangers, and you could definitely put some distance between yourselves and them if you go the right direction in the series. How about we just get all 4? Let's just do that.
How about that?
Why not?
That? Well, and this is a team known for its pitching, Texas, and yeah, no, it's kind of weird. It was interesting talking to Jared Sadler about the fact that you appear to have the players for good offensive production, but they're worse than the Mariners were last year offensively right now. I mean, and I know he said they got off to a dreadful start, but it's like, remember for the Mariners, it was like number 25, number 26 as far as slash line type of stats. For them, it's like 28, 29. Like it's really bad, really bad. So, and like I said, you have the players to produce, and they're just not. So kind of interesting, but the pitching really good. Really good. Number one in a lot of categories.
Yeah, that's bailed them out, much like it bailed out the Mariners.
Yeah.
Right? You know, good
keeps
pitching is going to beat good hitting. So hopefully the Mariners can get both. They got Logan Gilbert on the hill tonight, and hopefully this lineup, as they get used to, each other, and it starts to find its rhythm as a lineup, and we'll see how much they tinker with the order, the batting order, and see how long they leave JP in the 8 spot and Arozarena as your leadoff guy, and how long they're going to mess with that. But yeah, just a really, really nice start to everything post-trade deadline, and have them come out and beat a team that they desperately need to beat. That's big, and hopefully they win the series, take 3 of 4. So we'll see if they can get 2 tonight. Meanwhile, we talked about a little bit of this, just looking at NFL training camps, and the Micah Parsons thing is a big deal. He's requested a trade. He's essentially said his goodbyes to Dallas, which, again, it's a big step. If you're his agent, do you tell him, yeah, maybe don't do that yet until we know for a fact this is just not going to get done? Because don't you look a little silly if you – and it was a big – if you guys want to take the time to go read it, it's a big, long post where he's chronicling basically everything that's gone on. So it's interesting because it kind of takes you behind the scenes, but it's very long, and essentially it's him saying, I want out. I no longer want to be here. Thanks for everything, Dallas. Peace out, to summarize it. Now, is it going to be like Myles Garrett, where he was basically saying the same thing, and all of a sudden they waved a whole bunch of money in front of him? He said, just kidding. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah.
Is that going to be because it looks – I don't think he's worried about looking silly probably if he gets the money he wants, but it looks a little goofy to send out this big, long goodbye and here's what's gone on, and then if they give him whatever, and we don't know what he's asking for, but assuming they meet that number, does he then go, all right, all is forgiven, and I want the star on my helmet, and I love being part of America's team?
Yeah. Was Jared telling us that his personality leaves a lot to
He said something like he's not the easiest guy to deal with on a day-in, day-out basis. What that means, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. I'm just looking at his agent as David Mulugeta of Athletes First.
Sure.
So there you go. And I typically blame the agent, but like in the case of Russell Wilson, just because, he didn't really have like a male mentor, and he did actually have one, and then he passed away.
Trevor Moawad, yeah.
Yeah, and then same with his father, and so I don't know if it was more of a you're in charge type of situation there or relationship, but to me, you should control your agent. And yeah, I don't know. It does sound like he's not going to come back. I mean,
it doesn't sound like it, but
yeah.
You think that changes if Jerry goes, all right,
Micah,
right, here you go.
Here's your money.
Whatever the sticking point is, they move it out of the way. Does he then go, just kidding, guys. I've always wanted to be a cowboy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how you come back from that. Yeah. So, but like you and Jared was saying as well, that Jerry Jones is a star guy. He likes superstars.
Yeah.
He called him something
else. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a weird one, man. I don't know. Maybe he is got, maybe he's got a bad personality going. I mean, you got to get the right mix of people in the locker room, and maybe it's that, but I don't know why Jerry doesn't want to just pay him.
Yeah. Of all the players he's gone to battle with, so to speak, over contracts, this seems a weird one considering the level of ability and what he brings to the table. But
yeah, and I mean, you look at it, like I said before, I think he missed 3 games, something like that. But he produces, get double-digit sacks. He's got a bunch of forced fumbles. He's actually knocked some passes down. I mean, yeah, he's just all over the place. And he's been a Pro Bowler every year.
Yeah, I mean, look, CeeDee Lamb's a nice player, but I think I would prefer Micah Parsons on my team than CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
I think there's more value to that.
I think receivers are a dime a dozen. I'm sorry. I think honestly you can find lots of guys to play receiver, but a versatile, linebacker / D lineman. I mean, I feel like that's much harder to find.
Yeah, and he's a problem.
All apologies to the wide receivers out there listening, Michael Bumpus.
Yeah,
if you're listening, Bump,
I think Bump might agree with you on this one, though.
Well, and I think like it just starts when you're young. I mean, you don't go out in the backyard and do pass sets like offensive linemen, right? You go out and play catch.
Yeah. So other news: Terry McLaurin is saying he'd like to be traded.
Speaking of receivers,
yeah, he'd like to be traded from the Commanders. And then there's an article about teams that could pursue him, but apparently the contract negotiations between he and the Commanders have not produced the progress he was hoping for, so he has officially requested a trade. Whether they give into that, who knows? But that's another guy who's got a lot of talent who probably could land in a number of teams, and they did an article about the 6 teams. I saw somebody else sent odds about his landing spots, and they had the Seahawks at like 12-1.
Oh, is that
that he could land here now? Whether you want to read anything into that or not, I don't know that feel like they're in the need for somebody like that. I mean, nice to have that talent, but
yeah,
I don't feel like they're looking at it going, hey, that's the guy that turns us into a Super Bowl contender from where we are now.
Well, the Niners are on that list, by the way. So behind the Patriots, and so as far as fits, who would want to go to New York? Is that the biggest clown franchise right now, the New York Jets?
The Jets. Well, it got a little less clowny now that Aaron Rodgers isn't there anymore. So, I don't know. We'll see what they amount to out there. But that's going on. And then the NFL and ESPN have agreed on a media deal that gives ESPN control of NFL media, which includes NFL Network and Red Zone.
Wow.
So I don't know what that means in terms of our viewing habits and how that goes. Does anything change? Is
going to change everything?
Blue Angels go over once again?
I don't like change, Bob.
No,
I fear change.
You fear change. Well, you finally get dialed into where everything's at and what time it's on and where to find it, and then who knows? Maybe they put some sort of paywall up on certain aspects that we get for free. Who knows how they change things or what it ultimately means?
I don't get much of a chance to watch Red Zone, but it's like the most fantastic thing on television.
Love it.
It is
absolutely
so good.
Yeah,
so they better not mess with that.
Yeah, I don't watch any other game in its entirety outside of the Seahawks. Or I'll watch maybe a Monday night game or a Thursday night game. But when we're talking about Sunday game where you got the full schedule, I used to sit there and go from CBS and to see what the Fox game is and kind of watch the whole game. But now it's Red Zone, baby. I'm right there. I'm not going to sit there and watch.
Real quick. Hey guys.
Oh, hey, Mike.
Can I interrupt? I'm going to pass you over here to Geno Suarez.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Geno.
You can pass us along to Geno Suarez. Geno.
Hey.
Hey, first of all, welcome back, my friend. It's
thank you.
Incredible to have you back. Take us through what that was like last night, because the fan reaction to you I thought was really cool, but just as the guy that was in the center of it, what did that feel like for you?
I mean, it feels great. Obviously, I see I feeling all the love and the support the fans give it to me, and it was awesome. I have a couple ovation, which is a lot for me. I feel so honored to be back and see how much they love me, and I'm enjoying so much. It's awesome. That was a magic for me, and now I got to look forward to help the team win more games.
Geno, how cool was it that they held the plane for you and gave you a chance to get that reception on the plane, and everybody said that you hugged every single person on that plane?
I mean, that was very special. I never thought that going to happen. I think they treated me really well right there. Me, and not only me, but my family, my wife and my daughters. And I feel like I have to hug everybody. It was a long time with them. I spent 2 years here. They all love me. I know everybody. And it was awesome to be back, and see them in the airplane and fly back here like it never happened. And that was awesome for me. That was something that you never forget about it, you know. And that part of on the airplane was really fine, really good for me too.
Geno, does it surprise you that we talked about this earlier? You weren't here very long. You played 2 seasons here, but the way the fans love you and the way that they have these warm feelings about you, it's like you've been here for 10 years. Does it surprise you how much love there seems to come from this fan base after?
Yeah, to be honest, man, yes, I got surprised at them. How much they love me is a lot, you know. Like you say, I just played here for 2 years and I did my best, but I think that's all about, you know, and just not only play baseball and be good on the field, but you know, feel like people like you or love you and support you every day, and have that reception back like I did it yesterday, and all the fans cheer for me, and that's something really special. Not only because I'm the player who do the best on the field, but a human beings, you know, it's something that I mean a lot. For me, it's more important to you know, be those guys like that, you know, and I don't take it for granted. That was something really special for me, yeah.
Hey, Geno, what was it like, you know, everybody talking about you being traded? I mean, it was like quite a conversation piece, and, you know, everybody kind of was anticipating that. And as a player, I mean, I know you probably don't pay that much attention to the media and stuff like that, but you had to have gotten some wind of the fact that was a possibility, right?
Yeah, obviously, you know, it's a lot of rumors, the season that I've been having, and all the staff and everybody talk about me got traded, and obviously, I'm the guy who not try to think too much about that, and I prepare myself just to play baseball and let the front office and those guys let them do their job. But at the same time, you know, you see everything, you watch social media, and people text you. It's something that is out of my control, but at the same time, you got that on mind, you know, and I just let it happen, you know. And now I'm here in Seattle back again, and I'm happy to be with this uniform on.
Hey, Geno, one more before we let you go. You were here when this team made the playoffs, and now you've got to look at this team. Do you feel like this team is set up for the play? Do you feel like this might be even a better team than the one that made the postseason?
I'm very sure that it is. You know, it's not just because I'm here, but the way they've been played, the way they've been pitching, they're hungry for more, you know, and I want to be part of that. And now when I'm here, and I just, you know, want to help them to keep going. I mean, I'm not come here to be a superhero, you know. We already have a really good team, and I just gonna do my best to try they win the most game we can and make it playoff and go from there. They give it a W every day, and you know, the championship to the Seattle City and our team that they really deserve it, and they want it, and they hungry for that, and I am too. So I'm here for help them to win more games if we can.
You are a superhero, Geno.
Thank you.
Well, Geno,
I
think I speak for the fans when I say we love you. We're glad you're back. We're super excited to see you out there, and we wish you nothing but the best. Thanks so much.
Thank you guys so much for having me. Thank you.
There you go, everybody. The great Geno Suarez back in town. Couldn't be nicer. Just couldn't be a nicer guy.
Makes you feel all warm inside.
Yeah, that's great. That's so great. All right. Our thanks to Geno Smith. If you guys missed any part of that, or Geno Smith, I'm sorry, Geno Suarez.
We had that confusion the other day.
I know. If you missed any part of our conversation with Geno Suarez there, you just tuned in, didn't catch it all, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, the NFL made history last night. We're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial as we continue live from T-Mobile Park with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
I'll start with the biggest storyline. I mean, it's Sam Darnold, right?
Yeah, it's got to be Sam. When you get into training camp, this is when you really make this thing yours. And I compared it to like religion. Like, you just got to have faith, dog. Like, that's the only way. You can feel it sometimes, depending on what you believe in. You can see it sometimes, but you don't really know. You got to have faith.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live here in the same house for over 20 years, and that type of longevity is a good thing, except 23 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break, and most recently, it's been our windows, and virtually every seal has broken, and it's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and they're big listeners of the radio station, and better yet, they have the best product, Olympic Series windows, offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors, and they're manufactured right here in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate, and that means cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. So look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement, and in August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. So call 833-HARLEY, that's 833-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at winning 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks host the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 30th through August 4th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Well, you guys just talked to Geno Suarez. You should have asked him about this, because last night, in his first game back with the Mariners, he admitted that he almost forgot the wind dance that he created. No, we didn't have to bring it up to him, but yeah, this was the wind dance, remember, that he was part of back in 2022, and here he was after the game talking about, well, I almost forgot about it.
It feels great. So, first of all, I forget about it, and JP called me like, hey, don't forget it, and that's why we get there, and it feels great. It feels great because, you know, we started doing that when I was here, so now they continue doing it, and now I'm part of that. It feels great, yeah.
It's funny that he
created it.
He forgot all about
that.
Man,
I didn't realize that. But I still think Cal's the one that looks the funniest out there
because he's just so big.
Yeah. But
looks like a dancing bear.
Yeah, it's a good little thing they got going there. You like that?
Yeah.
The outfielders do the little squat thing back and forth, and yeah. Rick Riz got his own dance.
Riz does a dance up here after every win. Nobody sees it, but he's dancing. Yep. Don't kid yourself.
It's on radio.
There you go.
Please stop, Rick. Stop it.
He's pulling the lawnmower. He's got the cabbage patch going. Like the sprinkler.
Oh, yeah. My goodness.
He's busting out all the moves.
That's why you're on radio, pal.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Sweeping the dial.
So George Kirby improved to an impressive 8-0 in 10 career starts against the Rangers last night. 1.04 ERA. He has been fantastic. And he broke down after the game why he thinks he's been able to have so much success against the Rangers.
They're a great team, but I mean, kind of plays into my arsenal pretty well. Just like fours up, sinkers in, you know, off speed down. And yeah, they're pretty patient, so just kind of just get a hit on them. And then I feel like at that point I'm able to control the bat a lot better. But yeah, I'm glad I had the success I have against them. But yeah, you just always got to stay locked in.
Yeah, I mean, he's dominated. Jared Sandler made a comment about, you know, him kicking their butt all the time. So it's just a team he matches up well with for whatever reason. And, you know, we've certainly seen that on the Mariners end, right, where we look at a pitcher going, yeah, look at his numbers. This guy's nothing. Then he comes in and shuts them down. It's about matchups. And Kirby's a bad one for the Rangers.
Yeah, for whatever reason. And, you know, the other interesting thing is last 4 outings, he's had 9 walks, which is like unheard of for him. So I think he's kind of changing his philosophy a little bit. But yeah, I'm just waiting for all of these guys to have their best outing, like right in a row. And I feel like that'll really get this starting rotation going.
Sweeping the dial.
So during the NBC broadcast of the NFL Hall of Fame game last night, the NFL unveiled the new virtual measurement system for first downs. It's similar to Hawkeye in tennis or in baseball like we saw in spring training. I'll tell you what, for you two, it's not going to help the listeners, but I'm going to show you exactly what Mike Tirico is talking about here. The first ever virtual measurement for first downs.
Time out for a virtual measurement.
Sorry, you've been stopped for
I'd rather
the
see
virtual
this.
world.
I'll get back to that story, I promise.
The chain gang is still employed. They have not been made redundant, as they would say in the UK. But if it's close to a first down, you're going to get a virtual measurement. and you're going to see everybody look up to the screen to check out to see if the first down was made. It's using technology, and it's a first down, as you see there. There's the virtual measurement, and there was the line to gain. So the Lions have a first down. If it is short, you're going to see how short they were. Now, they probably knew that was a first down on the field, but it's preseason. You want to make sure this new technology is ready to go for the season. And the answer is yes.
You know, it's one thing to get that right, but really I think what matters is where they spot the ball.
Yeah, I was just going to say that doesn't fix
that problem at all, you know? So, yeah, I mean,
it's nice to look at, but it's still being judged based on where the official put the ball down, and that's very often the dispute.
Very much
like, what a terrible spot that was. That's the argument.
Well, and they've talked about, you know, chipping the football, and you know, I suppose that would be the most efficient way to do it. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of room for error, and I don't even know what those guys do to. I mean, I guess you just go and do high school games and college games and whatever to get yourself up to snuff. But yeah, that's kind of, I don't know. It's cool, and I think the NFL's trying to keep ahead of the curve as far as technology and everything goes, but I don't think that solves many problems.
No, figure out how to spot it accurately. Yeah. That's the bigger issue. All right, coming up, there seems to be a consensus when it comes to evaluating how the Mariners did at the trade deadline. We're going to dive into how the national analysts feel about it. We'll get into that next as we continue with Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile Park at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com for more.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precore's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
The 2025 Seahawks season is almost here. Get fitted for game days with jerseys, caps, and tees, including the 2025 training camp collection. Visit the Seahawks Pro Shop at the Landing in Renton and Lumen Field or online at seahawks.com/pro shop.
The Davis Law Group Charity Golf Tournament heads to the Prospector Course in Suncadia on August 20th. Proceeds benefit Life Support I-90, funding life-saving training and equipment for the first responders on call every day, covering the thousands of travelers heading over the I-90 corridor east of Snoqualmie Pass through Cle Elum and the surrounding areas. Tee times and sponsor packages are limited, so sign up today at dlggolf.com. That's dlggolf.com, because the life you save could be your own.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th. Streaming on Hulu.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license, unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization, video streams, and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners getting back to it tonight after a tremendous win in Game 1 of this 4-game series with the Texas Rangers, who are in town, and the Mariners are in a nip-and-tuck battle with in the as far as the third wild card spot goes. The Mariners are 1 game up now, as they were tied entering last night's game. Now have a 1-game lead on the Texas Rangers. Game 2 coming your way tonight, and they send Logan Gilbert to the Hill. You can catch it all starting at 6 o'clock with the pregame 7:10 first pitch right here, Seattle Sports on 7:10. Just 2 finals on the day. Cubs shut out the Orioles 1-0. It was the Reds over the Braves 3-2. Games going on right now. They were in a weather delay, but they got things going in Philadelphia, where the Phillies are now trailing the Tigers 3-0. That one in the bottom of the 4th. Bottom of the 4th in Washington, the Brewers up on the Nationals 6-2. We got the Royals out in front of the Blue Jays right now 5-1 in the bottom of the 4th. Bottom of the 4th in Boston, the hated Astros up 1-0 on the hated Boston Red Sox. The Guardians are up 2-0 on the Twins. That one headed to the top of the 4th. No score between the Marlins and Yankees in the top of the 4th. Giants out to a 2-0 lead over the Mets in New York. That one in the top of the 4th. And bottom of the 2nd in Tampa, the Rays trailing the Dodgers 2-0.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We're coming to you live from T-Mobile Park. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. Don't forget, we got mean text coming up at 5:45 today, so get those going. Did they pick up the pace at all, Lefko? Did you see anything that dazzled you?
Not really.
All
you
right.
know, not yet.
Not yet. You think they got more in the tank? They can do better.
I do admire how our listeners are able to just procrastinate until the very end. You know, they wake up right now, they come to life, they try to figure out if their brain cells are working today, and then by the time 5:45 rolls around, they usually do think of some things that are funny and smart, but as of now, not really.
You're underwhelmed.
If their brain cells aren't working, they're just going to be painfully unaware. I mean, we just assume that, right? That part of it. I mean,
you know,
how would they know whether their brain cells are working or not?
They wouldn't, and so I think that's some of the ones we get that aren't good, and then it takes some time to warm up. It's like you're trying to start a fire, you know? You rub two brain cells together, you hope a spark happens, and then some thought jumps out of them.
Well, let's see if they can form a thought in the way of a text. Text in your mean text, 866-979-3776. Meanwhile, we've been talking a lot about the Mariners trade deadline moves, and we had, if you're just tuning in, we opened the show with a conversation with Mariners general manager Justin Hollander, who joined us here in the booth and talked all about, you know, what they were doing, what they went into it, the phone calls, and they were still trying to get things done yesterday. Before the trade deadline, they'd like to have added another arm. They weren't able to do it. They thought they had I can't remember how he termed it. They crossed the finish line or thought they were right there, and a couple deals that just didn't happen. So they were, but even without the extra deal for a bullpen arm or a starter, whatever people wanted to do, this is arguably the best trade deadline under Jerry DiPoto. And it seems to be echoed by all. I was scouring the internet last night, Dave, just looking at different sites. Just, you know, they all like to do their grades. They all like to hear the winners and the losers. They all like, everybody's got to be a winner or a loser. And I went through ESPN and MLB.com and Yahoo Sports, CBS, all of them. Mariners across the board, big winners across the board. And Yahoo Sports specified winners. The winner was Jerry DiPoto. They singled him out there. But Bleacher Report winner, Seattle Mariners, CBS Report winner, Mariners offense, MLB.com. Mariners one of 6 winners at the deadline. I mean, it was just rave reviews across the board for different reasons, but you know, it seems to be a consensus that, yeah, other teams did well, but this is the team that stood out.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier you were reading the score in the Twins game. Did they have enough players to field?
Somehow they're fielding a team because they traded half their roster.
Oh my God,
it seemed like,
including, where did Ty France go?
Toronto.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, I think it was like expected that they were going to do this, and you know, just worked out. But I don't know, I've never heard something like talked about so much. It's like it got spoken into existence. But obviously, they were going to do this from the very beginning. Those were 2 guys that they were targeting. But I just remember, like at the beginning of the season, even when we started to talk about the trade deadline, it was like, well, Josh Naylor and Geno Suarez, and you know And Justin told us, you know, they have a really good relationship with the Diamondbacks from trades past. So, you know, there was a lot of trust involved, and you know, that's kind of interesting that it comes down to like that part of it. You know, it's not just the players. It's like when you communicate with certain franchises, you know, whoever the person is there, and you're like, I don't know about this guy. Is he telling me the truth on everything? And then, you know, you get a trade partner like the Diamondbacks, and you know, it all comes together just because you know the guy and you know you can trust him. So yeah, it was very interesting hearing about that process, and I can imagine he was on his phone forever.
Yeah,
ever.
I don't think he was kidding when he was saying he needs a nap.
Yeah,
right? I think there's probably a lot of sleepless nights leading up to that, and certainly the last couple of nights before the deadline probably were very intense. So yeah, I mean, just across the board, everybody feels great about it. And as we've said, and I think it's true, it's not an overstatement, this is now on the players, and it's on the coaching staff. This is you got to, you know, no matter how big a critic you've been or how much they've, you know, angered you with what they haven't done, this is one moment you got to tip your cap and say, hey, they gave you the pieces, man. These are the top 2 bats that were known to be available. Carlos Correa, who's not having a great year, by the way. He's a big name, obviously, but not having a huge year. Yeah, that's a big move in terms of notoriety, but he made it clear. He had a no-trade clause. He made it clear the only team he'd waived that no-trade clause for was the Houston Astros. So he's not – I don't count him as part of the mix of players that all teams were going after. He was – it's there or I'm not going anywhere. Right. So you got the top 2 names as far as bats go that were from the very beginning of this whole thing when we were talking about here are the potential targets, and it always started with Geno, and Naylor was right there, and then there were some other bats, but those are the top two, and you got them both.
Yeah, I know you guys were having a conversation with Gary. I couldn't quite hear Gary Hill about just Naylor and what a smart, thoughtful player he is and everything. And I'm just watching like his body language and everything. But we talked about the other day there was a low throw I think came from Dylan Moore, and you could tell Demo said something like "my bad," and he just waved him off like, "No, it's fine." He's been great picking at first base. And
Dude, stealing bases.
Yeah, how about that?
It's an element of his game I had not heard anything about.
Me neither. And I think it's kind of like when Cal steals a base. I mean, it's more his anticipation and his smarts and knowing the game. And I think, it seems like Josh Naylor, very intense guy, but also just he's always dialed in. And he sees something in a pitcher, and that's got to be it, right? I mean,
It's not.
He looks fast, but I mean, not super fast.
Yeah,
So.
he's just looking at his career here. His career high prior to this season was 10. He's got 16 so far this season, and 5 of them are with Seattle in 7 games.
Yeah.
He stole 11 bags in 93 games with Arizona this year. So far in Seattle, he's got 5 steals, hasn't been caught in 7 games.
Yeah.
So he's got a career high, right? So he's not, the history is not there. He's not a stolen base threat. A career high of 10 prior to this season, or 11, excuse me. He had 10 in 23 is when he had 10. So yeah, that's just an element of his game that's come to life here. And yeah, I was asking Gary about it. Have you had a chance to interact with him yet? Because I've never spoken to him, and he, what kind of, does he seem like he's a good guy? Is he? And Gary's like, oh, he seems like he's a great guy. He's really intense, and he's really all about winning.
Yeah,
is what Gary was saying. That he's a very focused. People talking about his face, he looks grumpy and all that. This guy's all about winning, man. He just wants to win, and by all accounts, a very good guy, and players like him, and that's all that matters to me. How he is with the media or how he looks on TV, I couldn't care less. If the players like him and the manager likes him, done. I'm in.
Yeah, I think people are probably looking at him more, in a scrutinizing way, just because you're trying to get to know him. You don't really know what he's all about. But
then you got Mr. Sunshine on third base over there.
Yeah,
right. Geno's got that brilliant. He's got such a great smile, and he comes off so light and lovable, and just endearing himself. So they're a stark contrast between them. Not that he's grumpy; he just doesn't look visually as happy as Geno appears.
Yeah, and that's just his way of expressing his intensity. But yeah, and then if you weren't listening in the first hour, we were just recapping that when Geno first came here, he had different colored hair on one side than the other.
Yeah,
like he dyed it blonde, and I think we saw also he had like his fingernails were painted or something like that, and we're like, what's this guy's deal? What is he doing with that? Oh, it's for his little girls. His little girls like his hair. So
and then immediately you go, I'm a bad guy.
Okay, yeah. I just trying to figure it out. But and then when you talk to him, he's just a sweetheart, just super nice guy, but a fierce competitor. I was watching him down there do the infield work, and just I love watching that guy throw. But I'll miss Williamson's defense. And I don't think that's going to be a problem or anything, but I loved watching him on defense. He really was fun, and I don't know that home run. I'm not changing the subject, but I kind of am. That Cole Young hit yesterday, kind of gave me hope for Ben Williamson. He's a bigger guy, and he can figure that part of his game out.
Well, and that's what we talked to Justin Hollander about that again. You can go back and check out that conversation, but just asking him about, is that a player you think that can develop the power, that he's got the raw ability, but it's just a matter of refining it and developing his technique? And he said, and he thought it was more about he's hitting the ball hard, but he's hitting it on the ground. It's more of a launch angle thing, if you will, that he needs to get that ball up in the air more. He's coming up with hits, but if he's a guy who can do, he doesn't, as he pointed out, he doesn't have to be 40 home runs a year, like Geno or somebody else, but if he can give you, 15, 20, 25 maybe at peak with that defense, you're going to take that. And the other part of it is, as much as, and we saw some of this on the text when the move was made, there were people that were like, well, why don't you just keep Williamson up here and send this guy down, or cut the DFA Demo or Solano and keep him up here? But I think there is a very logical reason that you want that kid to play. You want reps as much as you can get, because he didn't spend much time at all at the minor league level in AAA before he got thrown into the deep end of the pool.
Right.
So those reps are invaluable, and it's much more favorable to his development than having him just sit on the bench.
Yeah.
And then, all right, maybe we bring you in as a defensive replacement one night. Maybe you don't play for a couple games, and then maybe you're a pinch hitter another night. And it's going to be so spotty. You're not going to develop a rhythm. And so I agree 100%. You absolutely want that guy to get as many reps as possible, and it's not going to be up here.
I'm going to enjoy following him at AAA Tacoma, so it'll be interesting to see if he's able to develop that power part of his game. But yeah, it was kind of a bummer, and I was thinking about when Geno came on the plane and was hugging everybody. Do you think Ben Williamson's probably going, oh boy?
Did you give him a half hug? Like, yeah, good to see you.
Nice. Yeah.
No, I'm guessing he was well prepared for this, because the conversations were happening forever about you got to get some production at first and third. Those are the two likely spots you're going to address. I mean, that was just beaten into the ground. So there's no way he didn't hear it, or family members. It didn't sneak up on him. He wasn't surprised.
Well, and it was, and it didn't look like he was trying to work on that part of his game to show the club, that he has. I mean, he stuck with his plan, which was the right thing to do, and he's batting over 250. So that's a pretty good start for the kid. So yeah, I definitely want him out there playing, and maybe he'll learn some new things, as far as the launch angle goes, and he's big enough.
Yeah. He's still. I mean, he's 24 years old, so he's still growing into his body. He'll develop some of that power. We'll just see where that ceiling is with him. Meanwhile, we saw an interesting lineup that they're going to repeat tonight. It was when that came out, I remember, oh, really? That's the lineup, huh? Randy Arozarena was your leadoff hitter, and we'll work our way down. But it's the same exact lineup as it was last night. So in case you didn't see the game last night, Arozarena's leading off, Cal Raleigh hitting second, Julio hitting third. Those two flip-flop from where they've been. Naylor hitting cleanup, Suarez hitting fifth, Polanco DHing, hitting sixth. You got Canzone in right field hitting in the 7th spot, J.P. Crawford hitting in the 8th spot, and then Cole Young once again rounding it out with the hitting in the 9th spot, playing second base, and Logan Gilbert on the hill. So an interesting lineup, though. There's no point in this season or in this time here that I looked at Arozarena and said, he'd be a good leadoff hitter.
Not really.
That's not. He's a pretty free swinger. He's a pretty aggressive swinger up there. There's some chase to his game.
By the way, I mean, I always get a hard time from you two about reading lists the wrong way. Why did you start at the bottom and work up, Bob? For the lineup. I mean, you kind of ruined it in the very beginning.
Yeah, the big surprise was the leadoff hitter. Everybody else is inconsequential.
Because when you do a lineup, you want to surprise people.
That's right. Starting with the 9th spot is Cole Young.
Man, it seemed to me like you could have built that up a lot better going the other way, man.
Everybody's at home going, I wonder who the leadoff hitter is.
Yeah.
Can't wait till he gets there.
Right.
All right.
Dave makes a good point. Bob screwed that one up.
I did. I should have started at 9. Just buck baseball tradition. Just throw it out the window. Yeah. Riz is looking at me going, don't you dare.
That's right.
Don't you dare. Yeah, you're right. That's an inconsistency. That's a baseball tradition. You start at here's today's lineup leading off. That's it. That's where you go.
It's no good.
Dave, you're going to start running from third around to first now, aren't you? Why run to first when you could build it up and get more drama?
Yeah. You could just go right there. Take a direct line.
Yeah, scoring from first to home, directly to home. Yeah. That's how you want to see it. But, yeah, this is an interesting lineup. They'll repeat tonight. Look, it worked last night. Lefko asked on the sheet, what did you think of the revamped lineup? Well, I liked it last night. I went into the game going, all right, let's see how it works out. And I think, taking some of the heat off JP, who had been really struggling. He comes up with an RBI single in this game, so that was a big moment. Maybe some of the pressure's taken off him in that leadoff spot. I don't think Arozarena is your long-term answer in that spot. So whether JP rights the ship and they put him back in that spot, or eventually Robles comes back, you put him in that spot. But yeah, because Julio's kind of been their de facto answer there when they've needed him. We saw that when JP had the day off, a few games ago, right? They gave him the day off. Dylan Moore played short. They had Julio in the leadoff spot, and that's kind of been how it's gone.
Yeah, I'm just always skeptical of talking about the lineup, just that how much effect that actually has on a player. I know you get more at bats and that kind of thing, but I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a feel thing for those guys. But yeah, seemed to work last night. So, and you know, they've got really good pitching staff in Texas, man. So
yeah, you
did some damage with what, 9 hits?
Yeah, you're gonna need to keep that going. I mean, there's nothing easy about what they bring out there, and you know, it does. I believe it as much as Cal is a seasoned guy, and Julio at this point is a seasoned guy. I think they're not immune to pressure, and they're not immune to, you know, the struggles of the entire lineup, and feeling like, okay, if I don't come through here, man, we might not win. And when the lineup's struggling the way they have at points throughout the season, when you bring in Suarez and you bring in Naylor, that can't help but relieve some of that pressure, right? Feeling like, well, if I don't do it, it doesn't get done. Now you got 2 guys in there that are very capable, to say the very least, to go along with all the other guys that, again, we talked about Randy having a huge month of July, 10 home runs. Was it 10 or 11 in July? I think he had 10, right?
Yeah, he was. Him and Cal were the only 2 guys that had 10 home runs in a 2-week span in major. And I don't know if somebody has climbed onto that list now. I don't think so, but yeah, that was over a 2-week period, 14 days, and it was. Yeah, he was just on fire. I think that was right before the All-Star break.
Yeah, so he's certainly picked up his game. Julio started to pick up his game, and Polanco as well. And you know, hopefully you're going to get some contributions from Canzone and the Cole Youngs and people like that you're not leaning on quite as much. But yeah, this is a much longer lineup now. It just is a more formidable lineup. Period. Whether you love the trade line or you didn't, or you felt like they should have done more and they didn't, you're just in a decidedly better spot now. Again, I just love that it's in your lap, players. You guys are in control. It's not about, well, they didn't give us the tools, they didn't invest, they went out there and got the guys. They got the preeminent guys, the most talked about and arguably sought after guys. So now it's up to you, and it's up to Dan and Edgar and everybody else on that coaching staff.
Yeah, it was just too good to be true, and I loved getting the sort of blow-by-blow from Justin, you know, how the whole thing went down. But yeah, I'm surprised that other franchises weren't as interested. I mean, I thought it was going to be more of a battle, but I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe they started off much lower and then had to offer more as it went on. But yeah, it just seemed like that was going to be the case no matter what. Now, who is Brad Adam down there interviewing?
Well, one of them, I believe, is Charlie Furbush, our very own Charlie Furbush.
What's he doing down there?
Is it Tom Wilhelmsen down there, too? And I can't tell who's on the end. Yeah. They're sitting on top of the Mariners dugout in what appears to be like very comfortable padded chairs, having a little chat session. And there's a third member that I can't tell who it is from here. Do you know who it is, Lefko?
No, the names flashed up there a second ago, and I just saw Charlie Furbush and got excited because they called him a Mariners legend. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. It's a dugout dialogue.
Are you saying he's not?
He absolutely is. So I wanted to hear him, but we have a show to do. So I'll ask him what he said later.
Don't you get tired of listening to Charlie by now?
Yeah, you're right. He's on for an hour. Now people are going to say that about us. So
love having Charlie on the show.
Yeah, there's Tom Wilhelmsen. They're showing him up on the big screen. You flash to the guy on the end. I can't tell who that is, but we'll figure that out. Meanwhile, again, we got Mean Text coming up at 5:45, so you still have some time at 866-979-3776 to get your Mean Text in. Meanwhile, how much have the expectations changed for the Mariners after this trade deadline? We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile Park. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88, every day at 7:45 on Brock and Salk.
What are you hearing with these young Seahawks?
Yeah, the words I continue to hear, betting on themselves. They're betting on themselves because these college kids are coming into the league with millions, you know. But if you're Kobe Bryant, are you going to say, hey, man, on this defense, I'm going to be a great player. I'm going to go to the market, and I'm going to have 31 other teams bidding for me rather than taking it now.
Blue 88 on Seattle Sports. Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. days. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore. So he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, you got about 15 minutes to get your mean text in at 866-979-3776. So we'll see what kind of magic you guys can create in the next 15 minutes. Meanwhile, talking about this Mariner team. By the way, before we get into that, let me give you the Mariners roof report as the Mariners are hosting the Rangers tonight, and the T-Mobile Park roof will most certainly be open. It's another gorgeous night. Perfect night for baseball. Perfect night for a win. And that's the Mariners Roof Report, brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Meanwhile, we talked to Justin Hollander today. For those of you who are just tuning in, we talked to Geno Suarez today. I don't know. It's hard not to be optimistic. I know for some they're committed to the pessimism. I get it. We saw that yesterday, right? We saw some of the texts. People go, they're not going to make the playoffs. They didn't do this. They should have done that, and they didn't. And
some people just want to be miserable.
Yeah, it's a weird commitment I can't relate to. I can be certainly pessimistic and critical, but certainly I'm going to be realistic, and there's reason to be optimistic.
Well, we talked about, like, when's the last time you saw a lineup like this?
Yeah.
You know, going back to 2015 and Jerry's tenure started, but
Jerry, and we played the cut from Jerry where he was out of the gate. No, this is the best lineup during my time here.
To me, I don't see any way they don't make the playoffs. I mean, maybe that's just being blindly optimistic, but it just seems like it's just too good of a team. And these pitchers, I mean, they're too good to put out some of these performances that they have. And it's not like they've just been awful and terrible, but it's just, I don't know, they just haven't been as sharp this year and
haven't given you the length, certainly in the case of somebody like Logan Gilbert, who again led Major League Baseball in innings pitched last year, over 200 innings. And look, injuries are certainly a big part of this. You don't want to just say, well, they just haven't performed. Everybody outside of Wu and Castillo have spent time on the injured list.
Yeah.
And Miller's still not back. So, and then they got to come back, especially in Kirby's case where he didn't even really have spring training.
Right.
So,
well, we were probably due for this because last year they were so lucky. Actually, the last 2 years, right?
Yeah. Last year, seven total starters. 7 different individuals started a game.
And wasn't one of them Jonathan Diaz?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, and that was just like one game, right?
Yeah, and it was like a last-second call-up or something.
Yeah, one game. So it's, an incredible run of health.
Yeah.
Came to an end this year. And look, they're still in it right now. This is a playoff team. They own that third wild card spot as we sit here. So it's a matter of hanging on to that, improving upon that. Hopefully, look, I'd like the division, obviously. You're 4.5 back of the Astros, who last check were up 1-0 in their game against Boston. But
Mike Lefko says that Pena is back.
Yeah, he's 3 for 3. So
his first game back, and is this his first game back?
Yeah, I think because I didn't play yesterday. Yeah,
3 for 3.
So
he's 3 for 3 already.
Carlos Correa's batting cleanup. He's 0 for 3, so we can cheer for that.
Good.
But Pena, top of the order, 3 for 3. So.
Is it still 1-0?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, we need Boston to. I mean, you're kind of rooting against both teams because you're in the race with Boston. They've got the second wild card, so they're ahead of you in the wild card race. But you've got the Astros who are in front of you in the division at 4.5 games going into today's action. So it's I'm just rooting for Payne in that series.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he missed an entire month, right?
With his rib injury.
Yeah. So and I mean, can you include him in the tomfoolery that was going on down there? Was he
Pena? No,
he wasn't a part of that.
No, he wasn't there for that, or Alvarez. But look, they're all complicit, Dave. Yeah. They're wearing the uniform. So now, even our beloved Taylor Trammell, and to a lesser extent Cooper Hummel, guys we really liked and were rooting for at one point, can't do it.
Can't do it anymore.
They
crossed the line.
Taylor, we talked about this when there was that dust up after, or not the dust up, but their play. I think it was Vargas hit one of their somebody, and there you saw. I can't remember. It was Dubon up on the top step, yelling over at the Mariners dugout, and the guy right next to him yelling was Taylor Trammell. And I'm like, no, Taylor, no. Don't do that.
Yeah, but if he didn't do that, you wouldn't respect him, right? I mean, he's got to fight for his team. He's getting the.
I get it, but he could have just stood up there and mean mugged, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was a bummer. It was just he's such a good dude. But anyway, yeah, you got to hope that that Boston can come through and then knock these guys down a few games. But right now, 1-0 in that game, and hopefully Boston can figure out a way to come back in this one. But you get help either way, right?
Yeah.
The Astros win. It's bringing the Red Sox back to you, and
Right.
maybe you start occupying that second wild card spot, or you can slide into that, start chasing the Yankees for that first wild card spot. We'll see what goes on. But, yeah, it's the expectations have certainly changed, because to me, I'm looking at this. I mean, this is not even a question of if they get to the playoffs. You better. Right, you got the tools now. You're right there in the thick of it. As we sit here today, you're a playoff team. So, to me, if you don't get there, it's a failure, and I'm putting it on the players. I'm not looking at management. I'm not looking at Jerry. I'm looking at the players. You were given the pieces to work with, and Dan and everybody there. They're all complicit. So, I'm looking at them saying it's playoffs or bust, and probably beyond that. Right? I think they go in there and they win a series, depending on. Where they're seated, whether they're a wild card team or they win the division, we'll figure that out. But, yeah, my expectations have definitely changed.
Oh, man, remember they beat the Toronto, the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
In
Toronto.
That playoff game in Toronto. I mean, that was fantastic.
That was huge. I mean, it was weird to see this city just become Mariner, just the Mariner fever that swept the city. Yeah. I mean, it was fun. It was beyond fun just to see the investment, see these stands packed. We're out there doing the pregame shows on the weekend at 9 a.m. over at the Hatback, and people are mobbed out there. It was remember, it was really warm out. It was that smoky day. There was the fires that were going on.
Oh, yeah.
Ton of smoke. And I remember we were out in there, you go into that, 18 innings? It felt like 78 innings.
Yeah.
You
would have killed for eye drops.
Oh, eyes were like radishes up there.
Yeah, it was. That was a weird time.
That was a long day, man.
Long, weird game, and all that smoke and
everything. Out there on set with our guy, J.P. Morosi and Ryan Roland Smith.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. We were out there early in the morning and went all the way till late at night to the ending of that game. But it was, I just having that unity with everybody, just the fans, everybody out there, and just everybody's on the same page and just so excited. Playoff baseball in Seattle. It was just.
Was John Paul Morosi like just a total jerk like he always is?
Oh,
just telling
so
people
negative.
to
Really
get
negative.
Lost and negative. And,
you know how he is.
I think I remember him not being excited at all. Yeah, he's out on set. He's like, not a big deal.
He's like, okay, you made the playoffs. Woohoo. Good for you. Yeah, he was really just a different version of him. You didn't expect it. No, he was, of course.
We're talking about Bizarro JP.
Yeah, that would be him. I think beyond the Tigers, I think the Mariners might be his next favorite team.
Yeah.
I think so. He's awfully excited. He's very invested in what they do. He knows a ton about what they do. And
he was here for a spell.
So I think that's why he's got a little extra love for Seattle. But, just back to expectations, they've changed. Yeah. For me, certainly. I don't know. In fans out there, you can text in whether they've changed for you at all. But maybe you didn't think this was a playoff team prior to this move. What do you think now? If you're somebody that looked at this team before the trade deadline going, nope, they're not a playoff team. Well, has that changed at all for you? Or are you still are you committed to that stance?
Yeah, I can't imagine why. And like you said, I mean, every one of those, you found 6 of them? Like this was well received, this deadline. I mean, there was 6 different outlets that were like, Mariners were the winner.
Yeah.
Mariners, big winner.
Yeah, It was across the board. So very cool. All right, you still have a few minutes. Last chance to get your mean text in at 866-979-3776. We're going to see what you come up with. Unveil the meanness. Coming up next as we continue live from T-Mobile Park with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
4 down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who will make the biggest plays on offense this year?
I think the bigger plays in the pass game this year are going to be made by MVS. That he is going to be the sniper in this whole deal. Snipers, they aren't seen, but their impacts are big. But I'm talking about bombs, throwing that thing deep over the top. I think MVS will and should be the leader when it comes to that.
4 down territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
It's a beautiful day outside. Perfect weather for baseball. Perfect weather to get out on that motorcycle. I know a lot of you listening are riders. I hear from you on the text line, and it's just a perfect time of year for it. But it does come with an extra risk, right? We're very exposed out there. And if you're somebody that is unfortunate, you find yourself in an accident, maybe you get injured in a motorcycle crash, here's what you don't do. Don't settle for a firm that says they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who actually live it. That would be Law Tigers, because they've been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They are there 24/7, 365 days a year, because writers deserve real support when you need it most. Law Tigers is the resource that writers can turn to when they're in need. And you see them everywhere. Again, you see the billboards, but you certainly see the tents. You see the vans at all the events. They're out there supporting all of the clubs and all of the shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. And even better, your case evaluation is completely free. There are no fees until your case settles. So they don't get paid until you get paid. The Law Tigers you're never riding alone with the Law Tigers. They are Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
The 2025 Seahawks season is almost here. Get fitted for game days with jerseys, caps, and tees, including the 2025 training camp collection. Visit the Seahawks Pro Shop at the Landing in Renton and Lumen Field or online at seahawks.com/pro shop.
I'm here letting you know the Ford Summer Sales event is happening now at West Hills Ford, where you can get the 2024 F-150 Super Crew 4-wheel drive at $14,982 off MSRP on approved credit. West Hills Ford, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Seattle Sports is giving you a shot at winning 4 tickets to see the Seattle Seahawks host the Kansas City Chiefs on August 15th. Just open the Seattle Sports app, tap the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. Enter daily from July 30th through August 4th. Full details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Most people in radio commercials talk really fast.
but we made this one for RV owners. Progressive knows they like the slower pace of RV life, like this commercial. And they know Progressive will protect their RV at a fair price with discounts. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Hollander, Jared Sandler of the Texas Rangers broadcast, and Geno Suarez all joining us on the program. Great stuff today, so if you guys missed any part of it, head to the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab, click on our picture. It's right there waiting for you. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday with Wyman and Bob.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
10-time MLB All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, MLB single-season hit leader, a one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is! He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway, Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
On a tremendous throw by Ichiro. He threw something out of Star Wars.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. The Seattle Mariners pregame show is on.
Back she goes, going and going. Goodbye, baseball, he did it! Julio Rodriguez.
Mariners pregame is brought to you by the Chevy Colorado, Beacon Plumbing, and Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Seattle Mariners pregame. The countdown to first pitch is underway.
Here's the windup and the 1-1 on the way to Young. Swinging a well-hit ball deep to right field. And there is number 3 for Cole. Oh, my goodness, into the patio of the Hit It Here Cafe. Cole Young with a long home run to straightaway right. Here at T-Mobile Park, it's now the Mariners 2 and the Rangers nothing.
Now, the first home run at T-Mobile Park for Cole Young arrived in emphatic fashion and provided a signature moment on a night to remember for the Mariners. 470 feet at first, later changed to a respectable 456, but what a shot by Cole Young. What a night for the Mariners. Mike Lefko with you here in the Western Washington Toyota broadcast booth. We're getting you set for a 7:10 first pitch. This is the Muckleshoot Casino Resort pregame show. It really set the tone. Last night's win, the shutout win over the Rangers, the first game back here for Geno Suarez and for Josh Naylor. It was kind of funny that he had been with the team. They finally got back here. So to welcome everyone back, to get a win like that, kind of set the tone for what the final 2 months of the regular season could bring for this Mariners team. So you had the past in Geno Suarez getting on base, scoring the first run of the game, and the future there in Cole Young converging to kind of carry the night in a resounding series opening win against the Rangers. It was felt immediately, Geno Suarez's energy, the rippling through the ballpark, and then that carried over in that 6-0 win. Now, the home run you just heard from Cole Young would have been good enough because George Kirby was operating on a different plane last night. Texas had just one hit off of him until the 6th, and even in that inning, he was able to finish without damage for 6 scoreless innings. Now, Kirby became the first pitcher since Barry Zito in the early 2000s to win 8 decisions against the Rangers without suffering a loss in 10 career starts. He's now 8-0 with a 1.04 ERA. That stat actually comes courtesy of Jared Sandler, member of the Rangers TV and radio broadcast. He had been well documenting the dominance of George Kirby against the Rangers. So that was game 1, and the M's have a nice streak of their own going against the Rangers. 7 straight wins in this ballpark against them. And with that on the line, Logan Gilbert gets the ball for the Mariners tonight. Jack Leiter starts for Texas in game 2 of this 4-game series. It is a beautiful night for baseball, and the last time that Logan Gilbert pitched in this ballpark, it was a very dominant start. 6 1/3 scoreless innings, 10 strikeouts against the Brewers. The Mariners will see Jack Leiter for the 3rd time this season, and he's gotten better as the year has progressed. Allowed just a run in 6 innings in his last start against the Braves. Did the same against the Mariners at the end of June. And Leiter, they saw him a little bit last year in that kind of rough rookie season. He's added a sinker this year to help offset that 4-seamer, both of which he throws at 97 miles an hour. Well, it's time now for the Health Report, brought to you by Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Unfortunately, it is tough news and something I think many feared when the injury happened, the way it happened, the way Trent Thornton went and grabbed the back of his left leg, and then afterwards to kind of talk to him. But the Mariners officially placed Thornton on the 15-day IL with a torn left Achilles. Jackson Coar was recalled earlier today from Tacoma. On the other side, some good injury news for the Mariners. Bryce Miller currently making a rehab start right now with the Rainiers. They're in Texas playing the Astros AAA affiliate. Miller is through 2 2/3. He has allowed just 1 hit and struck out 3. And he started off with a 3-pitch strikeout, all fastballs, all hit 97 miles an hour. So some good signs there on the rehab front from Bryce Miller. The Health Report, powered by Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the sports medicine provider of the Seattle Mariners. Here is the Mariners lineup for Game 2 against the Rangers. Well, it was new last night. Unfamiliar to see Randy Arozarena leading off. He had never done that in a Mariners uniform. In fact, had only done that once since 2023. But it is the exact same lineup tonight. Arozarena leads off. He's in left. Cal Raleigh catching. He's batting second. Hit home run number 42 in that position last night. Julio hits third. He's in center. Josh Naylor, the cleanup man, at first base tonight. Geno Suarez is batting fifth. He's the third baseman. Jorge Polanco, the DH, hitting sixth. Dominic Canzone in right field, batting seventh. Then J.P. Crawford at short. And Cole Young rounding out the order, playing second. Some Rangers news, actually. So they have rearranged their rotation for this weekend. It was originally going to be Jacob deGrom tomorrow. He's been pushed back to Sunday. Newly acquired Merrill Kelly will get the start tomorrow for the Rangers. We will focus on all of that in postgame, but just a little rotation note there. So instead of Patrick Corbin at the end of the series and deGrom tomorrow, it is deGrom in the Sunday finale. Merrill Kelly will make his first Rangers start tomorrow. Plenty to get to before first pitch on a beautiful Friday night for baseball. We'll catch up with Mariners GM Justin Hollander and our Clubhouse Insider. Take a look at some key series playing out around baseball. The Astros and Red Sox, they're going to determine a lot of what happens in the wild card race over these next few weeks. We'll talk about that and plenty of other things as our pregame coverage continues. But up next, Rick Riz sits down with Dan Wilson. This is the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Mariners pregame show on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
$195 million. Global Credit Union members saved $195 million last year through lower fees and better interest rates. At Global, member service is our highest priority. 27 branches throughout Washington, an easy-to-use mobile app, and access to a member service rep wherever you are and whenever you need help. 24/7, 365 days a year. Learn more at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, proud partners of Seattle Mariners Radio.
Are you ready to hit a home run with your shopping? Well, look no further than the Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards Program. It's your ticket to win big while you shop. Here's how it works. For every $1 you spend on participating products like Hempler's Bacon and Sun Cruiser, you earn Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points. Redeem your points all season long for game tickets, T-Mobile Park Concert Series tickets, exclusive merch, and more. Accumulate and redeem these Fred Meyer Mariners Rewards points from April 23rd, 2025 through October 1st, 2025. Participating products are identified with Mariners-themed signs and tags throughout the store. Terms and conditions apply.
Head to T-Mobile Park August 5th through 10th as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities will be packed with must-have collectible giveaways, like an exclusive Funko Pop, 2004 jersey, and a replica of his Cooperstown plaque, plus his number retirement ceremony and more. It's going to be legendary.
And there it is! He's the new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
Baseball fans, it's time to step up to the plate and swing for a grand slam at the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is always a home run. With the best games, the best restaurants, the best pool and spa, and the best rooms and luxury suites. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest.
Muckleshoot. This is Mariners Baseball. The countdown to first pitch continues with the Dan Wilson Show.
Well, Danny, tonight here at T-Mobile Park, get ready to take on the Rangers. It's Game 2 of the 4-game series. Big win for your ball club last night in the opener, 6-0. The return of Geno Suarez, and one ovation for Geno, his first time up. He gets the standing ovation. Was there a different vibe in the ballpark last night with the return of Geno? And Naylor's been around now for a week, and you got Caleb Ferguson in the game as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, just whatever reason, there was just a lot more electricity in the ballpark last night. I think the fans were outstanding, and they brought a certain energy, obviously, to get a chance to see Geno again. But, this is a team that has added some really important pieces to it here before the stretch drive, and it's going to feel a little bit different. And certainly when you bring in someone, of Geno's character, of Geno's energy, things are going to be a little bit different. And he has been unbelievable, as has, Josh Naylor, who's been with us about a week now. Just his steady presence on the field and his at-bats. And then Caleb Ferguson, also somewhat more of a newbie, adding that to the bullpen. It's all been, just really positive change. And we're looking forward to getting started here and going down this stretch drive.
For a guy like Caleb, he's been around for a long time. How important was it to get him in there for the first game, especially here at home?
Yeah, obviously wanting to find a good situation for him to come in there and got him loose. It was a 3-run game, and then by the time he was ready to come in, it was a little bit different. But obviously a chance for him to get out there, get familiar on our mound, and I thought he did an outstanding job. And he's a guy that's, as we say, as we've talked about, he's going to throw against lefties often and has been very dominant against lefties. But he is tough against right-handers too, and he's got a good cutter that gets in on the right-handed hitters and creates a lot of weak contact. So we saw some of that yesterday. I just thought his outing was outstanding, and it's really nice to have that extra lefty in the bullpen.
Danny, your little second baseman, Cole Young, had a heck of a night last night. His third Major League home run. It was a long home run to the Hit It Here patio by the Hit It Here Cafe last night in right field. Also his first Major League triple and 2 runs batted in. Were you surprised how far he hit that ball last night?
He put a charge into that. He's got a lot of, he packs a lot of punch in that bat, and we saw that last night, and he hit that ball a long way. That's big boy territory out there. Great to see that from Cole. I think as we've talked about and the maturity that he's shown here over the course of his short tenure in the big leagues, he's just shown incredible improvement and steady improvement. And I don't know if maybe because he's 22 now, he felt like he was much stronger than he was a month ago. But he really crushed that ball yesterday, and great to see the power coming on now from Cole.
Yeah, what a night for Cole. And what a night for your catcher, Cal Riley. Last night, his 42nd home run of the year, another Major League record, the most home runs by a switch-hitting catcher in Major League history. Here it is, August the 1st, with a long way to go. How has Cal handled this amazing season? An all-star, he wins the home run derby, one record after another. What's it been like watching Cal Riley this year?
Yeah, it's been a wild ride for him, I'm sure, and it seems like there's got to be some kind of a record for setting records that he's done this year. I mean, he just seems like he has done so much of that, and I think what you hit on here is something pretty profound, though, is just how he has handled it all, and I think that can be very difficult for a lot of players, but Cal has been unbelievable with it all, and has taken it all in stride, and has continued to find that balance between what all that has brought and just continuing to play well every single day. And again, we talk about the consistency that he has played with. It's been from beginning to end, and he has not wavered, and that's been great to see. And that's a testament to his mental ability to stay focused and consistent. So hats off to Cal, more and more every day.
He's talked about only one thing, and that's winning. Trent Thornton last night, 2 outs, ground ball the right side of the infield, top of the 9th inning. Had to be helped off the field. What happened to Trent last night?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's confirmed today that Trent has a torn Achilles, tendon, and is just such a tough injury. Obviously, will be out for the rest of the season. But the way he was throwing the ball was just outstanding, and it's a heavy blow to the bullpen, no doubt, and a heavy blow to Trent. Our wishes and best thoughts are with him as he gets ready, to take care of that injury. But really a tough one for Thorny, and we wish him the best.
We'll hope he heals quickly. See him next year. Danny, good luck tonight, Game 2 of the series with the Rangers. Big win last night.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. It's always a pleasure.
Mariners skipper Dan Wilson.
Yeah, thanks to Rick and Dan Wilson, and certainly tough to see Trent Thornton go down like that. All the best to him. It will be a long process, but you heard Dan Wilson there, everyone thinking about Trent Thornton. Mariners Coach's Corner is brought to you by McClendon Hardware, locally yours since 1926. Visit one of their 7 Puget Sound locations for all your urban homestead needs. We'll come back and kind of give our thoughts on everything we saw out here last night. Round Table It Up coming up on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Add Home Street Bank to your lineup card this season. Whether you're starting a family, buying a home, or nurturing a growing business, they'll help you navigate life's biggest milestones. And they've been doing it with a smile for over 100 years. Look no further than Home Street Bank for all of your home loan, personal, and business banking needs. Go to homestreet.com/team. Again, that's homestreet.com/team. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender, all loans subject to approval. Nothing says Mariners baseball like the sounds of the game. And nothing prepares you for game day like AM/PM. From ice-cold drinks to hot, tasty snacks, it's the perfect play for Mariners fans on the go. As a proud partner of the Mariners, AM/PM is here to keep you ready for every big play, every home run, and every extra inning snack run. So before first pitch or after a big win, swing by AM/PM, where the lineup is always delicious. AM/PM, too much good stuff. Whether home or away, Mariners fans can win every day. Because when you fuel up with our proud fuel partner, Arco, you're getting quality top-tier gas for less. So be a team player to your wallet and pay less like a pro. Now that's one for the highlight reel. It's time to enjoy your winning streak at the park and the pump. Take the win with quality top-tier gas for less at Arco. Savings based on independent retail price survey.
Power up your summer fun with Toyota's Power of Choice. Now through August 4th, get a stylish new 25 Corolla with 4.99 APR financing. Excludes hybrids, Corolla Cross, and GR Corolla. Or lease a gas-powered Corolla LE for $229 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Grit, drive, the will it takes to be different. Steel, made for America. Rick Briz here. Whether it's homeowners or DIYers, professionals, or emergency relief teams, Steel's products are up to the task. Looking for power? Steel. Longevity? Steel. State-of-the-art engineering? You guessed it, Steel. Trusted by me, the Seattle Mariners, and trusted by America. Start easier, work smarter, and finish faster with Steel. Find your local Steel dealer at steeldealers.com.
Here's the windup and the pitch. What if Alaska Air could take you further, like all the way to Asia?
Swing and a hit! This ball's flying out of the park, folks!
Now that Hawaiian has joined Alaska, there's even more of the globe you can explore. Now you can fly nonstop from Seattle to Tokyo and Seoul. So start booking some vacation days and fly from our home field to the world. Book now at alaskaair.com.
Ichiro Hall of Fame weekend is on deck at T-Mobile Park. Don't miss Ichiro Jersey Night, Friday, August 8th, presented by Sato. His number retirement ceremony Saturday, August 9th, and replica plaque day Sunday, August 10th. Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
Sometimes technology stands in the way of getting things done. That's why Pacific Office Automation is your trusted partner in helping solve your business problems. We provide custom office solutions with unrivaled speed, efficiency, and security for your customer, your company, and your community. Whatever your field, whatever your goal, we have your office game plan. Visit PacificOffice.com to schedule a technology assessment today. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
Whatever temperatures this summer brings, your Bryant dealer is ready to help. Your dealer is backed by outstanding products from one of the industry's most trusted names, Bryant.
Visit BryantNorthwest.com for a dealer near you. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Mariners pregame continues with a roundtable.
Mike Lefko here with you, joined now on the roundtable by Gary Hill and a special guest. Aaron Goldsmith has popped over here. Yeah, we welcome you as
special
a guest.
Strong.
Yeah, guest. It was like the headset was there, you picked it up, so we roped you into the segment.
Yes, just likes his airtime. That's all.
I wanted to be here. Yes. Good to see you guys.
Great to see you. You know what's exciting?
Tell me.
Geno Suarez. I know you guys talked about it plenty on both broadcasts last night, but after kind of seeing the atmosphere and the build-up and, you know, the emotion of the players and the fans when he came to the plate for the first time, I don't know if StatCast tracks a vibes-based approach to offense and what that can add, but what impact do you think Geno Suarez can have now on this team?
Well, it's enormous, right? I mean, because he's multifaceted. It's enormous production, not just this year, but for quite some time, and he's been one of the hottest hitters in baseball this season. But then how rare is it when you can acquire a guy who has an elite-level makeup that you know firsthand? Right? This isn't a guy that, oh, well, all of his old teammates say, or we know somebody there who said. It's like, well, no, we lived it. The Mariners lived it, not just for 1 year, but for multiple years. So, I mean, from that standpoint, you could not handpick a better guy to get at the deadline for both your needs and just kind of like your wants inside that clubhouse.
Yeah, the fit is perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Not to mention, he may reach 50 home runs, and not all with the Mariners, obviously, but he's had that kind of season, and everything else is just A+. Everything about the guy is incredible, and it is amazing to watch the response last night. Just one standing ovation after another, and it does feel like it's going to be a Geno weekend all weekend, and it feels like he played for the Mariners for 10 years. That's the kind of bond he forged in such really a short amount of time, just 2 years. It doesn't seem like 2 years, though. It feels like Geno's going to be an all-time Mariner. It really does.
I agree, which is so wild to say.
Yeah.
I mean, just based on the service time alone. I have long felt that Nelson Cruz was the best player person that I had ever been around. When you're talking about a guy who was so impactful on the field and combined it with just a Hall of Fame human being. And Nelson Cruz is revered for every team that he's ever played for. He's one of the great clubhouse presences of his era. I've got Geno above Nelly. I mean, I think the reason from my interactions and my observations of Geno is that he's just that much more outgoing. I mean, he really goes out of his way to bring people together.
Yeah, I was thinking. I was thinking about that at the deadline, where it was such a unique circumstance when you look at the teams that were rumored in on Geno, because you had the Mariners, obviously, former team. You had the Reds, former team. You had the Tigers, a former team. Like, they all would have loved to have him back. And to me, that's a big statement. Like, all your former teams.
They all love you.
They all love you.
Yeah, I mean, because think about it. Anytime he goes to his former team with a new team, what happens? All the media comes to his first scrum. They play the video up on the board, and the Geno highlights from his time there, right? Everybody gets to their feet. It's everywhere he goes where he used to play, because he's just that consistent of a player, and even more so as a person.
Now, do you guys remember the lime green or kind of bright green tanks they gave out a couple years ago? Those cut-off tank tops for Geno, good vibes only.
Yes.
You have yours, right? Are you going to
No,
wear
I never
it at
got
some
one.
point? You never got one.
Didn't they also do one with his hair? Am I?
Oh, that's
They
right.
did the Geno Good Vibes bottle opener. I think there was an endless amount of promotional material to go along with your point that, hey, this 2-year Mariner had so many fun promotions. I'm wondering if we'll see a promotion before the weekend's out with how good he has been and how fun he is to have back around.
There was a time in one of his 2 years previous with the Mariners where we were flying on a road trip on the team charter, and the plane leveled out, and Geno stood up from his seat in the players section and walked back to the media section. And the media it's a combination of broadcasters on radio, TV, and then also some coaches for the Mariners as well, strength coaches, trainers, that kind of thing. And Geno talked with one of the flight attendants, and the two of them went aisle by aisle and took everyone's drink order and served everyone what they wanted to drink on the flight. And this was not a shticky thing. It was not it wasn't, hey, somebody get a camera thing. It was literally, hey, Mike, what do you want to drink, man? Hey, Gary, what can I get you to drink?
Water, please.
Gary, yeah. Gary could not be more boring. And he was just doing it because that's just the kind of guy that he is. I mean, he's one of one, man. There's nobody like him. Nobody like him. And he's also a great player.
Yeah, which is really helpful.
Very helpful. Very helpful.
Good stuff, guys. Ryan Rowland-Smith thought you were talking about him, Aaron. I think he wandered in here.
Hello.
Part of the conversation. So we'll let you go hang out with Ryan there. We have some more things to do on the pregame show, but thanks to Aaron and Gary. We're going to find out how the Geno Suarez and Josh Naylor trades went down. We'll hear about it from Justin Hollander and our Clubhouse Insider up next here on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Rick Riz here. Come to Sandberg Volvo in Linwood for an unbelievable selection of new and certified Volvos, plus a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles in every make and model. Sandberg Volvo is the only consistent Excellence Award winner in the entire Pacific Northwest for customer service. Enjoy valet service and free towing, plus an exclusive lifetime warranty on parts and labor with any service visit. It's a quick drive from anywhere. Sandberg Volvo in Linwood, or visit SandbergVolvoCars.com.
Have your electrical checked today. A licensed electrician from Beacon Electrical will come to your home and perform a whole home inspection for just $99. Go with Beacon Electrical for all your electrical needs. Stop freaking. Call Beacon, 1-800-FREAKIN, or online at beaconplumbing.net.
Hey, it's Mike Salker, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Seattle Sports on YouTube.
It's amazing.
Have you subscribed? Brock and Salk.
Baseball, man.
Bump and Stacy.
There is always fire.
Wyman and Bob. Phenomenal. Stream the local sports leader live on YouTube. Seattle Sports.
You gotta love baseball season. But when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Over 16,000 people in the greater Seattle area are homeless. Candace is one of many who found a new life through Seattle's Union Gospel Mission.
I became addicted to opiates in my 20s, and it completely turned my world upside down. I asked God to help me, and He brought me to the mission, and that made all the difference. I love being in recovery. I'm excited about what God has planned for me next. And grace will lead me home.
Be inspired. Volunteer or donate at UGM.org.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Hey golf fans, Dan Wilson here, inviting you to grab your friends and family and head out to the 2025 Boeing Classic. See Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers live at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge from August 8th through the 10th. It's your chance to experience the 20th anniversary of the only PGA Tour champion stop in the Pacific Northwest and see golf's biggest stars. Proceeds benefit the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's a golf experience you won't want to miss. The Boeing Classic at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge from August 8th through the 10th. For tickets, visit BoeingClassic.com.
T-Mobile is more than the best network in the game. They're now the best network in America, according to the experts at Ookla Speed Test. So MLB fans are connected from home to home plate with the most advanced 5G, the most towers, and a signal that goes farther than ever. You can keep up with your teams on the road, overseas, and even off the grid. For baseball fans, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data, 1H2025, compatible device and plan required for T-Satellite. See details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Mariners Baseball on Seattle Sports.
Take every game with you on the go by downloading the Seattle Sports app.
710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma, the home of the Mariners. Mariners pregame. The countdown to first pitch continues. Now, here's Shannon Dreyer with your Mariners Clubhouse Insider.
Mike Lefko in for Shannon Dreyer tonight. The Mariners pregame show is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Well, the trade deadline is always a hectic time for front offices, especially with it now on the heels of the MLB draft. But now that it's come and gone, little time to catch your breath, just a little bit. But because you have time to catch your breath, GM Justin Hollander was able to join our flagship radio station, Seattle Sports, earlier today. And on the Wyman Bob Show, he shared some behind-the-scenes stories about how the trade deadline went down for the Mariners. And he was asked to start the interview how he's feeling now that the deadline has come and gone.
I feel great because we won the game last night. Like all the other stuff that happens is just to hopefully help us win more games, and we won our first game after the deadline, and that is by far the most important thing. Nothing else matters other than that from here going forward. Like it's the who gets an A and who gets a C on the grading scales or whatever. Like it's very subjective, and nobody actually knows anything. But going out and playing as well as we can for the rest of the season, getting into October and winning the World Series, that's what this is all about.
Justin, Jerry was talking about how much work you did. How many hours a day do you think you were spending on your phone there at the end of the trade deadline?
All of them. They're long days. This is a long month for those of us in baseball ops between the draft. This year we had the sort of the awesome interlude of going to Cooperstown for a couple days too. I actually missed the ceremony itself because I was too big a nervous wreck to be traveling all day on Monday, 3 days before the deadline, knowing that's how you have to get back from Albany. So I flew back on Sunday morning after the stuff on Saturday, and it was an awesome week for our group. Everybody put in a lot of time, and that's just normal in baseball this time of year. The calls, because we're on the West Coast, typically start like in the 7 o'clock hour from the East Coast teams, and they go all evening and all night, and we're watching our games too. So it's a lot of work, but it's work that's well worth it when you end up with Nails and Geno and Caleb Ferguson as your week ads.
When does it start for you guys? When do you start, like legitimately going, okay, I think we need help at this spot. Who do we know out there? When does the first call to a GM somewhere, hey, it's Justin, I'm interested in your shortstop or your third baseman. What would it take? When do those conversations
There's
start?
usually like a different block depending on the time of year. So there's the spring training period, and I think in spring, like generally how it's going to look, but you want to see what you have. Try not to over or underreact to things that are happening in spring. So there is a period in spring where there's typically some small deals made. Occasionally there's a bigger one. End of May, early June is like kind of the first time that clubs start to check in with each other a little bit. What are you guys thinking? Anything you're looking to do early? And then another round of calls in, the very late end of June, like right before you go into the draft hole for meetings for a couple weeks. And then as soon as the draft ends, like literally the moment that the last pick is made, everybody shifts into trade deadline mode.
How well do you know every GM shading?
Yeah, Jerry and I split the league up just based on relationships, and it actually works out really well. Like almost this year, it just ends up being me because I had the Pirates and the Diamondbacks. I also had the Twins, who were
surprised, not with you guys, but just wow, I didn't see this guy moving, or I'm surprised at the return they got for that guy. We could have matched that, or that's way more than we would have spent. Just in terms of overall surprise.
Yeah, that's a great question. Every time another player that you wanted lands with another team, we immediately go like, oh, no way that's a better deal than we offered. And that's just like, that's normal. You always like value or overvalue your own players more than the rest of the industry would. I wouldn't say there was anything that was like shocking to me. I think the Mason Miller one was probably the most surprising player. And obviously they got a great return. Leo DeVries, the Padres prospect, now A's prospect, is an awesome young talent.
Number 3 overall, I think.
Yeah,
right?
He's a really good young player. I was lucky enough to see him in spring training the last couple of years, and then we played in San Diego exhibition games after or before the 24 season, and they brought him out for that. And I was like pretty starstruck watching him take BP as a 17-year-old. So he's a really good young talent. Obviously, Mason Miller's an awesome now major league closer, maybe one of the 2 or 3 best in baseball. So seems like both teams had to concede a lot of value to get a lot of value. That was probably the biggest, like, wow, I can't believe that happened moment of our room.
Characterize some of the conversations that you have with these other GMs. Is when it gets down to it, it's just like, okay, we're given this. We're not willing to give up this guy. How do those conversations go?
I think there's always an element of deals that are built on relationships, and they have to trust that you're telling the truth. Yeah. So the more you know someone, the more they believe you when you say you will or will not do something. And still you want to circle back just to make sure. So a lot of it is just reconfirming this is where you guys would be at. Would you consider adding to this, if we added to that, something like that. A lot of back and forth, a lot of tweaks. Some teams are very heavily model focused and they just need additional value to clear a certain hurdle in their system. Some teams are not like that at all and just sort of going with their gut and wanting to say, like, you know, I'd like an extra piece. And sometimes you feel like you have to give it to them because if you don't, somebody will. And sometimes you have to trust your gut that if you say no, they'll come back to you. So I think in the Diamondbacks case, we have a really good relationship with them. We've done a lot of deals with them. And I trust them, and I think they trust us, that when we say we're willing to do something, we're going to stick by that. We will do what we say, but we won't do more than that. And with them, I trust them that, like, if they say they're willing to move, if we agree to something, they actually will do it and won't go shop it for days and days after that.
How were you surprised at all that you were able to get arguably the two most prominent bats available and bullpen help, and you didn't give up one of your top 100 prospects? I mean, did you kind of go into this whole thing thinking we might have to give up one or two of these top 100 prospects, or how did you view that?
I think we went into this deadline very open-minded. I think the one thing that we talked about is rentals for that type of talent were going to be really hard for us. We were more willing to give up proximity than upside. You know, guys either in the big leagues or closer to the big leagues for rental now help, as opposed to tapping into someone who, like, we could see having, you know, insane or all-star type upside, you know, guys at the very top of our system. And we were willing, like I said, to give up those type of players, but not really for rentals in most cases, at least the rentals that we felt like were out there this year.
A lot of good stuff there from Mariners GM Justin Hollander, and that's just part of the conversation that he had on the Wyman and Bob Show on our flagship station, Seattle Sports. You'll hear more of that conversation in tomorrow's Clubhouse Insider. You can also go watch the whole thing right now on YouTube. It is on Seattle Sports on YouTube. You can check out the entire conversation. You'll hear the second part of that on tomorrow's Clubhouse Insider. Well, it is a Friday. It's Fly Away Friday. That means fans can score 5 times miles on eligible concession purchases with your Alaska Airlines Visa Signature Card every Friday at T-Mobile Park. Terms and conditions apply. Learn more at alaskaair.com/5xmariners. We'll come back with our picks to click as our pregame coverage continues here on the Global Credit Union Mariners Radio Network.
Baseball fans, it's time to step up